crashing, hit a wall. Right now, I need a miracle. Hurry up now, I need a miracle. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name, but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around. I need ya, I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling, I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. 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 Running out of time. I really thought you were on my side, but now there's nobody by my side. I need ya, I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling, I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. 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 Oh, I think I'm losing my mind now, yeah. Oh, I think I'm losing my mind now, yeah. I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling, I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Yeah, don't let me down. Yeah, don't let me down. Don't let me down. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Love is enough for me. Paper planes will make you see simplicity. We gonna rock this bar. You look like a superstar. I wanna show you things I love about you. Holding hands and feeling so cool. All the things I love about you. Share your lips and kiss anytime. You're so nice to make me feel right. Giving looks and dancing all night. Can we are the superstars. Superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars. Superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars. Superstars. Are we the ones time. You're so nice, so make me feel right. You're giving looks and dancing all night. Can we are the superstars, superstars? Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power?
I've been on my way now. My head is down on an empty road, but I can hear your name loud. I'm not alone. Tick tock running out. You found a way to keep me close. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Fire burning it all down. Haunted ghost inside my mind. Tell me the things that I don't know. Again and again and again. I know I'm not alone. No, I'm not burning it all down. Haunted ghost inside my mind. Tell me the things that I don't know. Again and again and again. I know I'm not alone.
This could be good for me. Lately I was feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. Is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to win your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how. be good for me. Lately I was feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. Is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to win your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how.
whatever you find you keep. I can stay here in the dark. I can keep on my mask, but you're so near, so near. It's got so clear, so clear. I was half hoping, hoping you'd be joking, joking. Or maybe this time you had gone mad, gone mad. You seem lit down by me somehow. Somehow am I moving too slow? You lead, I'll follow, and I've never been here before, but I recognize the front sliding doors. 'Cause I hide, you seek whatever you find, you keep. You can stay here in the dark. You can keep on your mask, but you're so near, so near. It's got so clear, so clear. I was half hoping, hoping you'd be joking, joking. Or maybe this time you had gone mad, gone mad. You seem lit down by me somehow. Somehow am I moving too slow? You lead, I'll follow, and I've never been here before, but I recognize the front sliding doors. I get you high, you got me stoned. Your lovers do this. I'll never leave this one alone, in case I lose this.
Bright lights, I can't really see right. Cold eyes to hide what it feels like. They take from me what I need from you. Fast steps to find my way back to your love. We're due for a comeback. I get from them what I give to you. Please take me back to a dream where miles away are places never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was.
ocean fire.
Wake up, I don't really feel right. Can't seem to hide what it feels like. This time it's hard to hold on to your love with all of these flashbacks. Please take me back to a dream where miles away are places never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was.
yeah, I've already got that highlighted. I'll get in like. Oh,
I'm always running late. I'm missing perfect ways to catch. Still moving forward, though my words turning backwards. Like puzzle parts I lost in the sea. The last ones I need to complete. The picture that always repeats. I lost the key. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. Thoughts in my head. I try to connect. I fade in while all the candles melt. Ice is burning my skin wound. Like running 100 miles and get lost in the desert. Like puzzle parts I lost in the sea. It's feast or famine with you, isn't it? You're either all the way in or you up and quit. When we run out of walls to hit, we just walk away from it, walk away from it, walk away. Whatever happened to ducking it out? Always keeping our thoughts locked in our mouths. And the silence always turns to shouts. Do we forget what it's about? Yeah, what it's about, it's about. It's getting heavy, you already know. Cracking the levee is about to blow. Hands up, 'cause I had enough. It's coming through my head like it always does. Come and show me what you're made of. All that we sacrifice for love, blowing up when push comes to shove. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Gotta have it out like Fight Club. I love the way you think you're always right, but we never talk it out, we just step all night. Let's take it out of the dark and into the light. 'Cause I don't want the drama, I just want the fight, I just want the fight. Hands up, 'cause I had enough. It's coming through my head like it always does. Come and show me what you're made of. All that we sacrifice for love, blowing up when push comes to shove. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Let's put it all behind us and let it go. Fight Club, it's getting heavy, you already know. Cracking the levee is about to blow. Hands up, 'cause I had enough. It's coming through my head like it always does. Come and show me what you're made of. All that we sacrifice for love, blowing up when push comes to shove. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. We make up everything. We tell it as we want. A reasonable substitute for something that never was. Small pieces are captured, stolen from your DNA. I am the carrier. I am the carrier. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. I'm off the radar. I'm off the radar. We'll take whatever shines, whatever can blind an open eye, and round the corners, flatten the bumps, and feed you inside the lines. Pieces are captured, your muscles and your bones. I am the carrier. I am the carrier. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar.
Pain, nothing feels the same. Now I got the taste of your sweetest remedy. Strange how I feel this way. You're stuck in my brain like an endless melody. Babe, feels like I'm in love, just can't get enough. I'm in need of remedy. Yeah, I've been in love before, but I'm standing at your door. But nothing is like everything. felt that ways, but you're a step ahead of me. Strange how I feel this way, but you're still in my brain like an endless melody. Melody,
Asian, Persian persuasion. This happens often, but ain't basic occasionally. I turn that 1-on-1 to 3, it's amazing. I came up from nothing and hit the lotto like it's the motto. We with different models, with different problems and gifted bottles. We got 50 bottles and nails is polished, it's from Chicago. When we from the projects, projected to never see a dollar.
New world. All the bad boys and the rude girls. It's a new world. Yeah, we coming up. Yeah, we coming up. Hey, we don't wanna, we just wanna live. I'm about to come up with the click. It's a new world. Yeah, we coming up. Yeah, we coming up. Crashing, hit a wall. Right now, I need a miracle. Hurry up now, I need a miracle. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name, but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around. I need ya, I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. 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 Running out of time. I really thought you were on my side, but now there's nobody by my side. I need ya, I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. 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 I think I'm losing my mind now, yeah. I think I'm losing my mind now, yeah. I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Yeah, don't let me down. Yeah, don't let me down. Don't let me down. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Love is enough for me. Paper planes will make you see. simplicity. We gonna rock this bar. You look like a superstar. I wanna show you things I love about you. Holding hands, I'm feeling so cool. All the things I love about you. Share your lips and kiss anytime. You're so nice, you make me feel right. Giving looks and dancing all night. Can we are the superstars, superstars? Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars,
This could be good for me. Lately I was feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. Is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to win your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how. Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how. This could be good for me. Lately I was feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. Is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to win your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? Lost in your maze, stuck in your gaze. How can I get out? I'm out of time to make you mine. Baby, show me how.
whatever you find. You keep, I can't stay here in the dark. I can keep on my mask, but you're so near, so near. It's got so clear, so clear. I was half hoping you'd be joking, or maybe this time you had gone mad. You seem lit down by me somehow. Am I moving too slow? You lead, I follow, and I've never been here before, but I recognize the front sliding doors. 'Cause I hide, you seek whatever you find. You keep, you can't stay here in the dark. You can keep on your mask, but you're so near, so near. It's got so clear, so clear. I was half hoping you'd be joking, or maybe this time you had gone mad. You seem lit down by me somehow. Am I moving too slow? You lead, I'll follow, and I've never been here before, but I recognize the front sliding doors. I get you high, you got me stoned. You'll always do this. I'll never leave this one alone, in case I lose this.
Bright lights, I can't really see right. Cold eyes to hide what it feels like. They take from me what I need from you. Fast steps to find my way back to your love. We're due for a comeback. I get from them what I give to you. Please take me back to a dream where miles away our place is never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was.
ocean fire.
Wake up, I don't really feel right. Can't seem to hide what it feels like. This time it's hard to hold on to your love with all of these flashbacks. Please take me back to a dream where miles away are places never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was.
imperfect ways to catch. Still moving forward, though my words turning backwards. Like puzzle parts I lost in the sea. The last ones I need to complete. The picture that always repeats. I lost the key. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. Thoughts in my head, I try to connect. I fade in while all the candles melt. Ice is burning my skin wound. Like running 100 miles and get lost in the desert. Like puzzle parts I lost in the sea. The last ones I need to complete. The picture that always repeats. I lost the key. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. The thoughts in my head, I try to connect. I fade in. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. The thoughts in my head, I try to connect. I fade in. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. Thoughts in my head, I try to connect. I fade in. Mirrors cracking. My world is shaking. Thoughts in my head, I try to connect. I fade in. It's feast or famine with you, isn't it? You're either all the way in or you up and quit. When we run out of walls to hit, we just walk away from it, walk away from it, walk away. Whatever happened to ducking it out? Always keeping our thoughts locked in our mouths. And the silence always turns to shouts. Do we forget what it's about? What it's about, it's about. It's getting heavy, you already know. Cracking the levee is about to blow. Time's up 'cause I had enough. It's coming through my head like it always does. Come and show me what you're made of. All that we sacrifice for love, blowing up when push comes to shove. Gotta have it out like Fight Club, Fight Club. Gotta have it out like Fight Club.
crush on you.
Oh no! Look, my camera.
Don't let me down, down, down.
Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. We make up everything. We tell it as we want. A reasonable substitute for something that never was. Small pieces are captured, stolen from your DNA. I am the carrier. I am the carrier. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar. I'm off the radar. I'm off the radar. We'll take whatever shines, whatever can blind an open eye. Around the corners, flatten the bumps, and feed you inside the lines. Pieces are captured, your muscles and your bones. I am the carrier. I am the carrier. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. Hear me, no one sees me, no one. I'm off the radar.
Babe, nothing feels the same. Now I got the taste of your sweetest remedy. Strange how I feel this way. You're stuck in my brain like an endless melody. like I'm in love, just can't get enough. I'm in need of remedy. Yeah, I've been in love before, but I'm standing at your door when nothing is like everything. Your melody is my remedy. Your melody is my remedy. Well, I'm stumbling through the caves on these delta waves, but you're a step ahead of me. Strange how I feel this way, but you're still in my brain like an endless melody. Melody.
too short to hate, so let's be friends tonight. I'm alright, alright, alright. My life's bombastic, I feel orgasmic. I shake my ass for you, I bring the magic. Oh, I'm so nasty, you're all romantic. But you don't have to go because I'm alright, I'm okay. Life is way too short to hate, so let's be friends tonight. I'm alright, alright, alright. I feel fantastic because I'm classy. I shake my ass because I'm so damn sexy. Oh, I'm so nasty, and you're all plastic. But you don't have to go because I'm alright, I'm okay. Life is way too short to hate, so let's be friends tonight. I'm alright, alright, alright.
Welcome everyone to the RC 6 Minutes Premier League. I'm Steltija as always, and I'm here with Mindless, and we're ready for some epic World Champions. Are you ready, Mindless?
Yes, Stealth, I am ready as always. Another week, another few matches we got here for y'all today.
Absolutely. First up, we can take a look at the league standings after a couple of our offline matches. We got Meow Power still rocking the top. And right behind them are the two teams we're actually seeing today, so I'm excited for this. We got Balaki and Elite Troops in second and third, which are our two teams facing off today. Both in pretty good spots, but definitely both still not in this. Meow Power a decent chunk ahead of the competition. These top four teams all have pretty decent gaps between them. So both these teams fighting for that second place spot, trying to secure that top four where you see that middle ground where you have teaser crew and the rest kind of in that 20s range. So but definitely still a lot on the line here. Both these teams, of course, both teams only have two losses, looking for try to give the other team a third. But I'm excited. This is it's gonna be a close match. I can feel it. We've seen a lot of not close matches, and I'm hoping for game three.
Me as well, honestly, like I said, we haven't really seen that many in the whole Premier League so far. But I feel today's gonna be a good set of matches where more so teams are gonna be closer to each other than not. He said we got Balaki and Elite Troops, so um we'll kind of get straight to the point here. I'm curious on who you are gonna take in this situation with these, the number two and the number three spot.
I mean, that's tough. I mean, even just looking at the numbers, Balaki has played two more matches than Elite Troops. They've got the 15 matches over the 13, and they've still only lost twice. So, that's where those extra points maybe come in. So Elite Troops definitely have something to prove here. They're trying to catch up. They're only at 13. They played the tied with the least played matches. So maybe that's they're still in third. So, I like Elite Troops. I mean, if we're going based on names like we did last time, I think Elite Troops has a better name. I mean, they're
It's fair.
elite.
It's
How
fair.
do you fight with against elite troops? Like
That's
that's how do
fair.
you fight with that? But I think I like all these players. Elite troops. Texter, Wetsu, uh, amazing players, and definitely European dominators for sure.
I'm gonna have to go against you here and go with Balakis, just simply of the
Ooh,
roster
okay.
they have are just all arounders insane. Sainez's all around defense, characters, ball handling, Grayle's ability to just draw out players that we've seen, kind of control the pace of the team and stuff like that. So I'm very curious on how this match is gonna go, and how Elite Troops is gonna play against how I was just talking about how Balaki likes to play. So
All right, I'm gonna do a quick restart. Looks like Sinus small little disconnect. The players are gonna get through that real quick. But for now, like you said, yeah, I am in favor of the NA players, but recently a couple. I wouldn't say all the NA players, but some of the NA players have been a little lackluster. Not as impressive as I'd like to see from them. And the home team here, of course, is Elite Troops. They are going to be playing on EU servers. So this is all about whether the NA players can hold their own against the EU on their home turf. And I'm sure we are in the second half of the season, so these teams have all faced each other once on their own home turf, and now we're going into the second half where now the last time they played, I don't remember exactly what the score was, but now that the Europeans are on their home turf, I think they're just gonna have the natural advantage.
I mean, yeah, like you said, with the home turf, with it being a whole different server, of course, it's always a challenge for any people who are going against their server, right? Especially when it comes to RC and a little bit of, a little bit of latency, a little bit of issues here and there. But it comes down to who can adapt to it and who could play differently towards that connection issue. You know what I mean? Like you just seen we had a disconnect already, right? That's gonna kind of put some mental into your head as a player, just in general. But overall, you got to become to overcome that and just do what you came to do and just win. I feel Blocky can easily overcome little issues like that, and I feel if they hold elite troops and just score like maybe a 3 pointer, Blocky can easily take it here. But like I said, even then, the elite troops is no one just kind of like sniffle at or blink towards, because they can easily take advantage of a game too. So very good match overall here that I feel like we're gonna have on our hands for sure.
Yeah, I also think if I remember correctly, last time Elite Troops played, I don't believe Neo Baller played it. I believe they played with their other player sticks. So I wonder how much practice Neo's gotten with the team, how often they scrim, or if Neo just kind of plays ranked and he's like, you know what, today's my day, or maybe Sticks is watching football. I've heard he's watching that instead of playing. But yeah, I haven't seen too much from Neo, so we'll see how he performs today with his team, and it'll be interesting because he's known as the troll, and so I'm curious if he's the type of person to go for like a 5-point Jesus shot for the 9-point win, like because I
100%.
remember one week we had someone do that, and that was mind blowing. But then I remember every point matters, so I think if anyone's gonna do that, something like that, and we see a bit of a stomp from the players, maybe we see something come out like that from Neo. But here we are back on Chichen Itza, the home city for Elite Troops. We finally got a game started.
And also, everybody in chat, make sure you get your predictions in with some channel points here. Who do you guys got? Are you gonna go with stealth and go for I can't even think of names right now for some reason. Elite Troops. Or are you gonna go with me for Balaki here? We are curious to see what you guys got and who's gonna win all those channel points here. And as we're talking, you are gonna see Balaki kind of controlling the pace. As I say, that character gets taken out. Look, bit of caster curse. I'm just gonna not explain the first minute of the game because it's probably gonna go back and forth. A bit. Wetsu though, high up on the wall. Nice little reverse here, going backwards, taking his time here, getting a little pace of the game. Rayo now. We got multiple defenders in front of him. Nice little jive off the wall here to Neo Baller. And it Rayleigh, I believe, comes in for the little spin kick. Nice slingshot off his teammate. And gets taken out with the spares. 2 people down. And they still end up getting back. And just little scrambles down here in the pit here. Definitely got to see some change of pace already within the minute here of these teams going back and forth already.
Yeah, I mean, neither team has made a ton of progress. We're not seeing a team early going for getting a lap or 2 completed. We're seeing a lot of back and forth, which is a good sign for both teams, but especially Balaki, who, as we know, is not playing on their home server, so it's always going to be harder. But Sinez with a great tackle, high on the wall in the bowl. A very impressive tackle to boot, and it's going to bring the ball back to that first checkpoint. Now it's time for Balaki to see what they can do with the ball in offense, as we've seen both teams kind of back and forth. And as I say that, we're going back and forth again. So we go back to Elite Troops. Now a wide open lane. They're going to be able to get this around the ball pretty easily, I think. Wetsu wide open. Rayo playing very deep, but no one playing on the ball, playing really far down. And I like this defense because it seemed to be working for the first couple minutes so far.
Hey, like I said, both teams kind of going back and forth. You're seeing Grayley there for these pickups after they get the ball tackles. Neo Baller kind of spacing out, trying to get, draw some enemies. He does, but they still ultimately lose the ball here. Teammates not able to help him recover. So the gates do get reset. So now they got to restart all over here again with just under 5 minutes of the match to go. We're still kind of, nobody's really gotten a full lap yet. Like gate 4 has not been open once, I believe. We haven't seen the goal open up or anything like that for a point. And this is kind of what we predicted, right? A close match, kind of like a little bit of a nail biter in a way. It's whoever controls the pace of the game early on. And right now, nobody's kind of gotten their footing is from what we're seeing.
Yeah, this is definitely more what we expect from the high-level close teams, where we see very low scoring, very high defensive games. This is a lot of games, a lot of sports, you see defense wins games, but it's never been more prevalent than Roller Champions because it's so much harder to save a shot than it is to shoot it. Most of these players, most of the time, are making accurate shots, sometimes under pressure. A couple of them hit the rim and whatnot, but on the opposite end, when you're trying to jump up and save and tack and stop the ball from coming through, you really got to get ahead of it. You got to get those tackles and prevent the 4th gate from being gotten in the first place. And as soon as we see the first 4th gate get open, immediately tackled, and a quick turnaround as we see the first 3 gates and potentially a quick lap. Are they going to take the 1 as we see an immediate opportunity for Balaki to get something going, and it gets denied just after the gate.
Sinez came. I don't know if you noticed, but like I feel like I think it was Wetz who had the ball. It looked like he went for a shot. Sinez was just up on the wall and just came down and said, "Nope, I'm taking this right out of your hands." So nice little defense there from Sinez. And now it's Balaki's turn. Are they able to get another attempt at this goal here? Potentially go for a 1 point or go for multiple more. We still have 3 minutes in the match here, so I highly doubt we see a 1 point anytime soon between these two teams because I feel they are able to get more laps. As I'm saying that, I see Sinez says, "I got free lane. We're going for more." Character high up on the wall. Nice little slingshot from his teammate. And now with a 3-pointer open, he goes for the shot and he scores just under 3 minutes. 250 left in the match, and Balaki is up 3-0.
Wow, what a play. It's a slingshot into so much speed in the air. I thought for sure he had his teammate in the bowl. He had no opponents to get through. I thought absolutely they're going for 5. This is wide open, but he surprises me, and I think he surprised the enemy team too as they're all around the net. They're like, oh crap, they're going for more. Everyone get down, and he throws it behind him. A beautifully played shot, and I think there was a little bit of mind games there. I think that was why they went for that one, and why that was so easy of a shot, because I think sometimes that'd be saved, but it was a great shot inside post, and a great lead for Balaki for a team that I would say arguably has a disadvantage, with the servers, and yeah, I like where this is going for them. If the middle of a game, you could see the possession swap, it was back and forth, but as soon as they got a good counterattack, they're the only ones to really complete a full lap. And they've shown that they can do it more than just once or twice as they have a 3-point lead now with 2 minutes left.
Hey, you're talking about the servers right now. Blocky's playing like they're on their own server, right? Like you can't even tell that this is not their home turf right now. And knowing that means they're able to play on multiple areas of the game is kind of crazy. It's like talk about adapting and who's able to play where and how teams are able to adapt to each players and stuff. And Balaki able to control the pace, and with their defense right now, I'm very see right there out of nowhere, greatly nice little pencil dive, coming up from behind. Like you're not expecting these tackles to come out of nowhere like that, and a lot of these players that got multiple tackles on these plays, like as I'm seeing again, they can't get a single lap past this goal. They've had multiple times now where they're not even gonna get a second lap. And with Balaki being up 3-0, they can just skip out on the 1 and just play full defense until they get that lap 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's exactly what teams will do when they know a 3-pointer is what's coming, and they know teams will not score the 1-pointer, especially in Premier League where every point matters, and in the differential and in the tiebreakers. You can see Character was waiting in the bowl. He didn't even go near the net. Nobody was near the net, and as soon as that ball came down past that towards that first checkpoint, he was there, he was waiting, and immediately tackles it, like you said, like he's on on home turf. It's extremely impressive what they're doing. But now Elite Troops have the chance as they're getting ready to get a 3-pointer of their own. They get a long bomb, and it gets just in on the top shelf right before getting tackled. A beautiful shot from Neo. As I was talking about him earlier, he came to play today. Great pass from Rayo.
Yeah, Neo noticing nobody on net there. Nice little tackle, I believe, on the goalie from his teammate. So nice little easy little 3-pointer as nobody was there. We got a tie game here, folks. With 42 seconds left, this could easily go into overtime between these two teams. Next point could potentially win this here. I believe we're definitely going to see a 1-point attempt, more so with a little bit of time taken in between. Now it's just a matter of who's able to hold the possession, right? So if the Elite Troops can hold this for this lap round and just kind of play the timeout for the clock, then it's easily their ball, right? But then you can't count out Balaki. Like I said, Balaki's defense are incredible with each player in their own right or perspective way. And now it's Balaki's turn to kind of control the pace here. With 10 seconds left, we are definitely going to overtime. Next point will officially win this game here. Nice passes from Balaki, keeping the ball high up on the wall. Sinez has got a little bit of a free lane here. Nobody's in net. Oh, and it gets taken out from behind. Rayo, nice little speed to catch up to get the ball onto the Elite Troop side.
Wow. Just wow. I think he cut in on the inside of the ball with just a perfect angle to get him just from behind. And now we are in overtime. Elite Troops and Balaki, a back and forth game in the beginning, dominance from Balaki in the middle, and then a comeback from Elite Troops. And now Elite Troops with the ball. He got the 1-point open. He's coming around the net. Witsu gets the shot off, and that is game 1 for Elite Troops after being down 3-0 with only 2 minutes left. A great comeback. And yeah, I think this is going to be a 3-game series. Like, unless something crazy happens in game 2 for Elite Troops, I can already tell Balaki played so well this game, and now Elite Troops will take the first game 4-3. I think both teams are gonna be at least somewhat happy with this. Balaki obviously not as much, but I don't know. I saw a lot out of them. Like you said, their defense was absolutely incredible, especially for given the circumstances. So I'm still rooting for Elite Troops, but Balaki's got a chance. I think you're onto something.
I feel Blocky with that 3 point that they had there. They had the 1 point there, like said, was it Wetsu came in from behind, and you just don't expect that from pencil dive from behind when you've got so much speed in front of players. So amazing, like you say, kind of cut in right there to stop that shot off of there, which is huge because that would definitely been game right there. But Elite Troops able to kind of adapt and not be too far down on themselves after they go down 3-0. So they're able to kind of keep their head straight and keep the pace going, which is huge. And that's what we're expecting. Like you said, this is the high tier bracket, right? These are the number 2 and number 3 seeds. Like this is Premier's League's top of the top right now, and we're kind of seeing how they play. We expect this to go back and forth down to the wire. We expect overtimes each game in a way. So we don't expect no 5-0s, no 9-0s, or anything like that. In the game series like this. So I'm very excited, and I still got faith to Blocky. They scored the 3. They held their own. They can keep their pace, and I feel they can take this here, and we're definitely going to see a game 3.
Yeah, Elite Troops definitely with a very clutch finish to that game. Definitely, I would not say favored. I would say, you had your first few minutes where it was back and forth. Teams were feeling each other out. You could tell the offense wasn't super crystal clean. And that's why the defense was able to succeed so well, because these players are so good. All of these players have made a name for themselves as some of the best, and they're proving it now. But now, Elite Troops 1 game up in the series. And Balaki backs up against the wall. They knew they might be in this position, but they didn't. I don't think they thought they'd be in such a good position to potentially win this after the first few minutes of the game 1 now. Wetsu gonna try to get started for Elite Troops. They don't have that first checkpoint, so kind of in no man's land. Sina's gonna pick this up off the failed self-pass. Grayley, he's got his teammate up in the air, but Rayo's gonna stop it before it gets off. And now they have that first checkpoint and a little bit of momentum. Can they get it all the way around? Wetsu. He sees Rayo in the corner. He's not able to get it to him. Character's going to stop him in the ball.
Yeah, these first few minutes I feel are going to kind of go where we're not going to see anything scoring for any time soon unless like somebody gets pulled out of position or anything like that. As I saying that, like down in the pit, just constant tackles, constant ball going back and forth. It's really nobody's game right now. It's back and forth as it was before. We're not going to see anything scored in my opinion for at least another minute or so. But with last game how we're watching, right, with Elite Troops, Wetsu's like defense was probably, I would say, look out for that more so than others on their team right now, just because he's able to kind of predict and get those like mid-to-game pencil dives like we saw, right, where he's able to stop these shots from out of nowhere. And honestly, with how they're playing defensive and everything like that, like Sig said, Wetsu is just everywhere right now, and Wetsu's just overall keeping this team in play, and I feel he's probably one of the more ball turnovers on his team than others. But even with that, his players are able to get the shots. We see Neil Baller with the shot on the last game. Rayo's there for the ball pickups. So very huge all around for both teams right now, honestly. And it's just mayhem down here in the pit in Bowl 1.
Yeah, a mosh pit. And like you said, Wetsu usually coming in with those tackles and great defense, and Rayo with the ball pickups, just absolutely on point. And now, let's see if they can handle it when they have the ball. Rayo now, he's got Wetsu, he's got Neo halfway up, but he turns it around. As they have the first 2, they can take it the other direction. Both teammates already waiting there. Good rotation, but all 3 defenders now chasing him down. They realize immediately that they have to turn back around, but you could see they were all kind of grouped up. They're not playing man defense. They're playing a zone defense. They're creating a wall of sorts, a blue wall. Where have I heard that before? And now Neo has the gate open, but as you know, they don't take 1-pointers. Every point matters, but when you're this early in the game, you take your time. You try to go for more, but the pass goes wild. Couldn't catch up to it as it was over him. And Grayley's going to deny. It's still going to end up in Rayo's hands, because who else, if the ball flies out, is it going to end up in someone else's hands? No, of course not.
Instead, Rayo's just there on top of these loose balls, which is huge. That could easily be the changing factor of this game. Nice dump pass there from Character. And Sina's gonna pick it up here for his teammates. Nice little to get gate 3 there. And they got the 1 point open. Graylee, I don't think he's gonna take this. He's looking for a teammate to get up on the wall there for sure. And Character, as we speak, is up on the wall. Nice little pass is over. Nobody's gonna go for the one. If he wanted it, he would have shot it, right? That's what everybody's thinking right now. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of questioning what he's doing right now myself. All right, and Sinez, they're just taking their time. They took a little bit too time there, in my opinion. Stealth. I don't know about you, but they took a bit time. At that point, just shoot the one or something. Get something.
Yeah, it was clear that with everyone, no one having momentum, no one being able to get high on the wall, everyone was just getting tackled over and over again. It was basically a 1v3 or 1v2, whatever you want to call it for Greeley. It was kind of in a situation where I do think scoring the 1-pointer would have been better in the scenario because it would have given you something on the board. But it's too late now. They're gonna have to get that lap back, and they got a more momentum now. You want to see these players higher on the walls. It makes them harder to tackle, and harder to. It does make them easier to read, but it's hard to get that high, especially with the ball. So now Neo gonna try to start something for his team. They're gonna probably go backwards here as the ball goes flying past Rayo. It's gonna get picked up by Wetsu instead. Now Sinez, the only one blocking the second gate. Ball's gonna get thrown right over him, and he has no idea where it's going. And Wetsu with a nice little mind game there. Very good ball control from him, as we expect from such a great top-class player. Grayley with the tackle, and Rayo isn't aware of it in time, and Character swoops in and grabs it now. They have a little bit of an opening here. They might get something going. 2 minutes left. We're starting to approach that time where they might take the 1 over the 3 if they have it open. Like right now, are they going to take it? They don't. Now Character's trying to get past all 3 defenders with only 1 teammate with him.
The Character's got to control the pace here. And Wetsu, like I was talking about, Wetsu with that insane defense here from Elite Troops. We got to watch out for those pencil dives, man. He's gotten people back-to-back right there, taking out his teammate and getting up to take out Character to make this ball back into their hands. And now this we got a game on our hands. We got just under 2 minutes now. We got a 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this game, and it's really anybody's match right here. This is gonna come down to the wire. Another possible of overtime for sure. But both teams now able to kind of consistently get these gates and consistently get these laps to at least open up the net for the 1-pointer. And now it's to the point where, are we taking the 1? Wetsu's gonna go over it. He's gonna get a little pass off. They're gonna potentially go for more. Neil Baller questioning the 1. Nope, he says, I'm gonna go underneath. I'm gonna make you guys think I'm going for it, and we're gonna go for more here. Or is he drawing out players? I don't know what he's doing. He's dunking and diving everywhere. He falls to the ground. He gets taken out, and the ball gets reset over to Sinez. We are now reaching 1 minute left in the game here, and still no points on board here. Character's got to be able to control the pace, get nice little passes off. Now we got ball up to Sinez. Got teammates up on the walls here. Now they got to play together for sure. Get past these defenders. They got all 3 defenders in front of them. Get past 1. Get past 2. Neil Baller is the only one in front of him right now. Wetsu comes back up on top. Character's nice high passes up on the wall to Grayley. The gate is open for 1 point. Do they go for the 1 with just 40 seconds left, or do they go for more? They get the passes off. They are going for more here, Stealth. I don't know how I'm feeling with this. They got to control this. They got to keep the pace here for sure.
Well, it doesn't really matter at this point. 30 seconds left. Any score is going to put all the pressure on them, but why not go for 3? All 3 defenders now going to put everything they can into blocking it, and he sneaks it in the corner. No one was there to save it, but man, what a shot and a hard save that would have been if someone was.
A Character noticing multiple players down on the field, on the ground there. Just nobody up in the air in time to get that, and that's huge. With only 21 seconds, I believe, left in the game, with a 3-0 here, they just gotta get the ball and hold it. And with how good of a ball handlers Balaki's teams are, but you gotta perfect. Elite Troops have insane defense, so they got to make sure they just keep the ball going and keep the ball moving. As I'm saying that, you don't get the ball moving, you stayed still for a second, Elite Troops will be there to take you out. So Sinez just got to play a little bit of keep away. Just a little bit of reversal here. And with that, nice little emote, little cartwheel from Sinez. And Balaki is going to take game 2, 3-0.
Yes, definitely a different paced game, but that's kind of what I expected to happen in game 1, draw the game out, get the 3-pointer towards the end of the game, and then hold them off. It almost felt like they scored too early in game 1 and gave the Elite Troops enough time to score again and then end up winning in overtime. Now that second game is almost exactly how I thought the first game was going to end up. A 3-point late, and Elite Troops just aren't able to get the ball, and that's exactly what happened this game. Now we are going to game 3, and I think you're right. I think Balaki definitely feel like the stronger team. Even after game 1, they still felt super close. It was an overtime win. They had the lead for a good portion of the game, and so much of these two games combined have been at 0-0. It is a defense fiesta, and it is incredible to watch them constantly shut the opponent out. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of mistakes too, where when they have the ball, they're not able to. Their teammates aren't like in a position where they're able to get the ball, and so the person with the ball is kind of just stuck there on the floor. Like, what do I do? And then they're pincered. So I'd like to see a little bit cleaner offense and maybe put a little bit more pressure on the defense for both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, the defense in this match is alone are going back and forth. Wetsu with these out of nowhere catching up speed. It seems like he's getting speed boost out of nowhere, like he's got rockets on his skates or something, catching up to these players. And you think you're past him. He's like, nope, I'm right in front of you again. And it's like he's get these pencil dives back and forth, and with Balaki able to get their defense back and forth, character, being able to duck and dodge over here, like he's playing dodgeball, right? Dodge a wrench, dodge a ball kind of deal. And it's just kind of cool to see these teams where I feel they're more balanced than what we really even thought of, right? Both teams' defense are phenomenal that we were watching. Their offense is also top tier. They could be better. Obviously, everybody's offense could be tweaked and can be a bit better and more polished. But both teams are able to control the game in their own pace. Like you said, there's multiple times where we're seeing the player with the ball fall, and then his teammates are out of position. And that's what we like to see kind of change here, right? We want to see where they're going for these pencil dive or these dive passes and stuff. Instead of being on the ground for a few seconds, get it off to them while they're in the air or something, right? You want to, if you're going for a huge pass like that, you want to be able to get it down. Like right there where we see Wesley's just on the ground for more than a second. If you're diving for a pass, you should be able to like get it off right away, And we got to see that. Rayo, nice little dump there though. That was a kind of clean little dump. You notice his teammates around the bull there. Nice little dump around the bull. But Grady there able to take him out and reset it already. Like I said, nothing's gonna happen for the next few minutes besides ball going back and forth. Highly doubt anything's gonna be scored because nobody goes for ones as early. So it's Premier League, right? We go for multiple points. We don't go for the ones. So
yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of ones with it, except unless it's an overtime. We've only seen 3-pointers outside of overtime. 2 for Balaki, 1 for Elite Troops. But we have a tie series now, 1-1. We have 6 minutes left. Basically a fresh game still, as neither of these teams can make it. We always see both teams kind of struggle on offense in the first couple of minutes. We see, I think, our earliest lap completion of the series by Elite Troops, as they've gotten it just over a minute, and they're going for more. Now you have to wonder, if it's early in the game, do they go for the 5? No, they're going for the 3, and it's wide open. A beautiful long bomb down the field. Wetsu is going to score early for Elite Troops.
Yeah, Wetsu noticing nobody in that net there. He hurried up and got that ball off. As you see, he got tackled right after that. So a second sooner, even a millisecond later, and Wetsu was gone. That ball was getting swept over. But Wetsu nice and got that off. Nice little 3-0. Within the first minute and a half of the game, like I said, that's the fastest we've seen the lap even get completed, let alone a score happen in this game, in this series so far. So now Elite Troops are able to kind of control the game a lot more than what they have already, right? They got this 3-0 lead. They can take their time. They can rush it. They can do whatever they want, right? They don't have to block the ones. They got Balaki on the back foot here. Balaki has to make up for it with the 3-point.
Balaki came into this series, I think, a situational underdog. We had 6 incredible players, but of course, the home team being Elite Troops are always going to have a little bit of an advantage. But Balaki have definitely shut me up in terms of, like, I don't think they're going to win this. But I think even though they're down 3 in game 3, it's definitely not over. And Elite Troops, they're going to play this slow. They're going to play time. See the ball flying across the field, perfectly caught by Wetsu. I'm wondering, are some of these dumps that intentional, and are they communicating just that well? And where was that communication in game 1? Because it felt like it was missing a little bit, even though they ended up winning in overtime. But now, Neoballer Could have grabbed this third checkpoint. Now they're on a run. If they don't get stopped soon.
Huge,
I
huge
can't
from
help but laugh.
Grayling.
You know what? I can't help but laugh. I'm in the middle of saying they're gonna get stopped, and what happens? They get tackled on the wall. It's almost poetry in motion, with how often this stuff happens when I cast. That at
Oh
this point
yeah.
I'm just gonna like control how the match is played. Like I think, oh look at this, they're doing so well. Tackle.
A little bit of that caster's curse, we've both have seen it already. Me being newer to it, it's kind of funny when I call it out, and then it's like, oh, just kidding, caster's curse. I'm gonna stop talking about it now, you know. And it's just always fun for us casters to kind of see things happen. I feel like for sure from our perspective of views. And as we're talking, this game's going back and forth. We're kind of seeing what we've seen the past couple of games happen, but a lot later in the match. Like I said, with Elite Troops having that 3-0, that was a little funky little pass off the wall. I respect it, but nobody there from his teammates to pick it up, and it's gonna go back over to Blocky's hands here.
Yeah, until it doesn't. It's still pretty back and forth. Like as soon as you say that, he tosses the ball away. It does end up in Elite Troop's hand. But Lucky does come back with it, and now Rayleigh's gonna have to start something here, as this first checkpoint seems to be the hardest one to get. As these teams back in that back and forth mosh pit mode, and not even the second checkpoint's gonna be gotten for Balaki, as they're now struggling. 2 minutes 45 left, and they're still down 3 now. They're going to have to do what Elite Troops did in Game 1. They're going to have to come in late. They're going to have to come in clutch. And they're going to probably have to bring it to overtime unless they can get something crazy going very soon. Now, Character, a little bit of a breakaway out of that mosh pit. They're going to get the first 3 checkpoints real fast. Neo, ooh, just off. Sinus with a great dodge. A little bit of mind games with trying. Really greeds for the inner lip. And Rayo is just there.
That spine is a dangerous one for sure. You think you can, little needle through it. Like, I can't even think of words right now. This game's got me flustered, going back and forth. This game's been insane. With the 1 point open, 2 minutes left in the game. They could potentially go for this to make it a 4-0, or they could say, let's just go for the 3 and end it here. They still need gate 1 here, so Wetsu's going to draw out some players. And as I'm saying, that nobody on net right now, Wetsu could easily take this shot. But Character's kind of keeping him at bay. He's just drawing out the players. He's drawing all his enemies. And just like that, all 3 players are in lane 2. So Rayo's going to get ball here. And they're going to go for more. I see right there. Why don't you take the 1, right? Make it where they have to go for a 5 point. You got a minute and a half left. Instead of getting greedy with that and potentially losing the ball like they did, getting the reset. Now, Blocky has another chance here to kind of get another attempt here at the ball. They just gotta be able to get a little more defensive here and make sure that gate's not open as fully to where they can allow that 1.0, that one shot lead.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate mistake. It wasn't necessarily the guy with the ball. He dove for the pass. I think his teammate just outside that range. I feel that real hard. So often you're like, oh, I see my teammate. I can know he's right around that range, and you dive in for the pass, and they're just out of range. You're spamming the button, it just doesn't come out of your hands, and then you get tackled because you're on the ground just a little too long. These players not gonna let you sit on the ground with the ball for too long and get away with it. Especially sometimes when you're around the net, you're going for a pass about the net, and you drop in front of the net. It's on the ground. It's a very dangerous game. Now Grayley, 30 seconds left. Have to get something going. So ball goes flying past Sinus, but he gets the ball in the recovery. Beautifully done. Still have to play smart here. Say if they lose the ball and get to deny. Nope, they're gonna hold on to it.
Balaki going all in right now, where you only got 15 seconds. This is pretty much your last attempt here to score this 3 point. Neo Baller comes in with a nice uppercut to take that pass right out of their hands, though. Neo Baller's gonna run away with it here. Nice little pass up to Wetsu. Wetsu with 1 second left, and Elite Troops are gonna take it game 3-0, winning the series 2-1.
Yeah, and huge shout out to Balaki. I'd like to pride myself and say, I knew Elite Troops were going to win the whole time. Yay me. But, I mean, Balaki put on a show. It was a close series the whole time. Even though Game 3 was a 3-0, they held it, basically tied. It was a super close game. So, yeah, definitely shout out to Balaki. They've deserved that top 4 spot right now. Definitely in contention to make those playoffs, and shout out to Elite Troops, now firmly solidified as one of the top two teams. As we see the stats, see the possession rate. Look at how close that is, 55-45. I'm telling you, the possession is usually a pretty good representation of the scores sometimes, and that's pretty close. I would say that's about what I would have predicted. Like if we had
Hmm.
like 10,000 people vote and all knew what they were thinking, I'd say 55% were going to say Elite Troops. They had that's how little the advantage was in terms of home field versus Balaki. Like that's how well Balaki
Oh yeah.
played that series.
Like I said in game one, Blocky doesn't even look like playing on not on their turf. You see, their possession rate's still there. They're able to get these shots off, able to get these goals, these tackles, keep up with the elite troops on their own servers. And with that, it's kind of scary when you see a team that could play both NA and EU servers consistently, right? They're keeping the games close. But overall, with elite troops kind of saying this is our turf. We got to win this, right? We can't lose our home field. This is our advantage here, right? And they're able to come out with that. As you said, with how this Premier League works, a lot of it with if you score early, right, you can control the entire pace of the game. Roller Champions in general is all about controlling the pace of the game. You see in game 3 there, the only point scored was within the first minute and 30 seconds of the match. It was at a 3 point. As soon as you see it open, go for it, right? Yes, 3 advantage instantly. You don't have to worry about the ones. A lot of teams, they'll never take. I don't. It's very, very, very rare you'll ever see anybody take a one shot when they're down 3-0. My opinion, you could potentially go for a one because you still got a lot of time and stuff like that. But really, why go for one when you can go for another lap and get a 3, right? A lot of these teams are able to do it. So with elite troops able to get that 3 point lead so early in that game, they were able to just control the pace of it. They didn't have to worry about half of the game. Half the game was already beaten because they're not going to go for a 1 point in within the last 5 minutes of the match. So
Yeah.
elite troops nice and taking advantage of that for sure.
And now we can take a look at the updated league table. Milwaukee's still in second, but it's a lot closer now as they now have a third loss. Elite Troops still 2 games less played than the top two teams, and they are right there in points. So shout out to Elite Troops for now solidifying themselves as a top 3 team. Teaser Crew now 11 points behind and have played an extra game. So if you're a team wanting to get into this top 4, into those green spots, you are basically fighting Teaser Crew, Ball Hogs. It's there's like 5 teams fighting for that 4th spot. Those
Mm-hmm.
top 3 teams have broken away now, and they've proven it. They're on another level. You look at those number of losses: 0-3-2 versus 8-9, 8-9. Like these 3 teams are looking like the 3 best teams in the entire league, and now we have 5 teams fighting for that 4th spot. And hopefully we're gonna see another match after this. It's gonna be Teaser Crew and TKM, 2 teams very much fighting for that 4th spot. But until then, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll see you right back here for more World Champions. Don't go anywhere.
Ain't nobody else do it like that. Walk into the room, I can't help stop and stare. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. Cause when you're messing with someone like me, get in check. Cause there's no way that I'm gonna leave till I get that thing, that ice that makes me cool like crazy. That fire desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world, but I'll tell you now, I can be your girl. If you give me the thing that I want, wait a sec, and I'll give everything that I got. Wanna get that thing, that ice that makes me cool like crazy. That fire desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that bling, that ting, that makes me cool like crazy.
You paint a picture in my mind. You wanna leave it all behind. In a world that's turning all the time, nothing could stop me longing for your eyes. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be This lake of fire burns my skin. How could love wear so thin? I'm sinking in the hollow ground. Nothing can stop me wanting you somehow. I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, I won't be alone. We won't be I won't let it die. I can feel you when you're not around. When the night gets cold, we won't be.
Think you got fire flowing through your veins. Dreaming of flying through the acid rain. Rolling up in style, bringing our A game. Taking it higher, never be the same. Can you hear them roar? The energy shakes the floor. We're not on, no.
Champions. 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 You'll never catch us. Only together we're champions. Power we never imagined. We know we are. We know we are champions. 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 One day you will wake up and see there's a light inside shining right through me. Sometimes we all just have to be like a steady ship on a raging sea. But I'm never lonely, lonely. Can feel all the power running through me. Yeah, I will keep rising, rising, never giving in.
Welcome back, everyone, to the RC 6 Minutes Premier League. I'm still stunned. My friend here is still mindless, and we're back again with an even more exciting match. We got Teaser Crew and TKM battling again. I heard the last time they played, which I believe I casted, it was a very close match, and it ended up being a reverse sweep, if you will, for a best of three. But I hear we have some interesting things to talk about with the league table, so we can pull that up. So after that win by Elite Troops, they are now solidified as guaranteed to make top three, which means obviously Meow Power and Balaki are the 1 and 2, or maybe they can move. But either way, we have our top three solidified, and we now have 5 teams with Teaser Crew, Ball Hogs, Classic TKM, and Mama Boys all fighting for that 4th spot. And we have 2 of them playing now and 2 of them playing right after. This week is just insane.
This week you're going to see this bracket go up and down quite a bit here. They're fighting for that number 4 spot. Like you said, Elite Troops solidifying after that huge win, solidifying them in the 3rd spot. So them beating the number 2 seed right there was huge, because now, we talk about the points. You get 3 points per win, and nobody is able to catch up with Elite Troops for that. So now it's just a fight for 4th, and who can stay alive in that 4th spot. We still have one more week after this, so it's who can take that number 4 spot and survive the onslaught, if you will, of players afterwards, and so you can keep it in for the playoffs.
It'd be super exciting. Teaser Crew now being the home team now have the technical slight advantage with their home map, their home server. I don't know if I heard disconnect sound, but now we have the reverse from last time, and now Teaser Crew in the driver's seat as they have the most points of the 5 teams fighting for the spot at 27. And winning this would mean Ball Hogs, even if they win their match against Classic after this, are still going to be a point behind. And it's going to be tough for them going into next week, where they will have to win and hope Teaser Crew loses in order to win. So Teaser Crew have their fate in their own hands and are going to have to beat TKM in just epic fashion. So we're going to let them reset the lobby and talk about them a little bit more. I think one of my favorite players is Thunder. I remember Thunder being an absolutely incredible player for TKM, and he was the star of the show on just the entire field in every aspect. And I'm excited to see how he plays. Same thing with Muhammad. We played super well with him. And I think, looking at the roster for Teaser Crew, these are players that, are 6 minutes players, but they haven't been around a long time. And same thing with TKM, but I don't know. Thunder just played in a way that just impressed me a lot.
Oh yeah, Thunder, like you said, Thunder was one of those people that's just stood out for sure, right? It's just one of the usual, like one of the. Like, I think I was there with you during that cast where we kind of we came up with when we came up with our little prediction advantage of who has a better name situation, and Thunder kind of stood out a lot within that team for sure. Being able to play well with all of his players and stuff. But from Tizer Crew, you got a pretty decent roster. You have Stundle, who overall, like, also kind of stands out for Teaser Crew, in my opinion, where he was able to get the goals and everything like that. If I remember right, I think he was one of the bigger goal defenders that we've seen in the Premier League, if I'm not mistaken, even against like top tier teams, Balaki and stuff like that. So we got a good two people here, matches on our hands with these two teams, able to be kind of close together and keep it going. So I'm curious on how close and how well it's going to be, or if somebody's just going to get it nice and over with, nice and soon, early.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a battle, as we saw last time. They took it to game three, and I'm kind of hoping we see another game three. We just have to take another look at the league table. TKM right in that bunch. Look at how close that is. 27 points and 22 points. 5 points separate five teams, and two of them are playing against each other right now, and the two are gonna play right after. And Teaser Crew are, like I said, are in the driver's seat. They have enough points to be in that fourth spot. So winning this means everything. This is where everything is on the line for them if they want to make playoffs. If they lose this, they have to win next week and hope Ball Hogs don't win later today and next week, or else they're going to be definitely in trouble of going into those middle spots.
Yeah, this week is huge. Like I said, this is a battle of five teams for that fourth spot to get in the playoffs. And like I said, Tyler Crew has to win this to keep their spot here or potentially lose their spot if they don't keep it, or if they don't get this win here. Ball Hogs, they take it, they will get a few more points and they'll end up taking that fourth spot for the week, and going into to the last week, they'll be a bit more confident to where they're possibly able to keep it, going. And for those who are watching, the way we know how the bracket kind of is right now, the way it works, you get 3 points for a win. You're getting 18 matches overall, right? So right now, as you see, Tizer Crew only has 3 more maps played, including today. So 2 after today, they can only have a potential of 9 points. That's how we know elite troops with their win are able to take advantage, are able to solidify themselves in the top 3. And with these bottom 4 teams underneath that, TKM and up, even Mama Boy is still not fully out of the running, right? They can easily come up potentially and do a big upset out of the red zone here. But really, it's for the between 7 and 4. These 4 teams are gonna have to fight it out. They're within 3 point ranges here, so they can easily take over this fourth spot. Nobody in number 4 right now is safe, in my opinion. This top 3, you're good. You can do whatever you want from this end and out, right? But 4 and below, you have to fight till your very last shot on goal, right? You have to fight until your very last spin kick, your very last pencil dive, whatever you have to do to get that number 4 spot. And this league overall, being my first time casting and stuff like that, this league has been very interesting to watch, especially from a player's perspective who played from so long. Watching these players, how they play, is insane to me. We've seen
Yeah.
things we have never seen before in RC, in my opinion. I've watched a good amount of tournaments and over the years, and seeing 9-0s, 9-0s, stuff like that. So I am curious though. We've talked about this before in stealth. I'm gonna have to go with TKM here taking this, simply because I feel this little bit of revenge game from TKM is gonna take over Teaser Crew. Who are you going with
Yeah.
here?
I mean, looking at some of the results from the offline matches today, TKM actually lost both of their matches. So TKM maybe not feeling as confident going into this, and Teaser Crew, they do have that pressure, but I think Teaser Crew are gonna be able to hold it together, especially being the home team. So we're gonna have to see if Thunder and TKM are gonna be able to pop off today. I mean, even Teaser Crew won their match. I think it was against Mama Boys, which is a very impressive win. Um, sorry, those Ball Hogs would be Mama Boys. I was looking at the scores earlier. Ball Hogs, I know they're one of those teams that's like really close. They're they're at that 26 or 25 points. They actually won two of their matches today. One of them was against Mama Boys. So Ball Hogs really want this. Another match against Classic after this is going to mean all of the more.
Oh yeah.
But first we have Teaser Crew and TKM. We're finally on Acapulco. We're going to get this started. Fresh 7 on the clock and a quick start. you see the first 3 checkpoints extremely fast. This may be just the fastest lap we see today. 14 seconds, and they're trying to win this in less than a minute. Look at them go.
Yeah, those in chat right now, get your predictions in. You kind of got a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come here from these two teams. So get your predictions in here. Are you going to go with me for TKM? Or are you going to go with Stealth here for Teaser Crew? You got a little bit of a head start here, unlike we did. And as we're seeing, this is a fast-paced game from what we just watched, and they're able to keep this pace already with 3 on net. And he's just going to go back and take some time here. With still 6 minutes left, they're going to potentially go for a 5 here. Getting the gate 3, easy little gate 3 here. Nice little defenders. Ducking, diving, dodge a wrench, dodge a ball, dodge a player. Don't dodge the spin kick, though. Ball is still loose, and they're able to pick it back up. Nobody's on net. He goes for a shot. He scored under a minute. And they score 5-0. Teaser Crew. Oh, my goodness. Already 5-0.
Man, what a quick game. I mean, I said they were going for a game in under a minute. It took 1 minute and 6 seconds. That's pretty dang close, and it was only because they got tackled and barely recovered the ball at the last second. But my goodness, if TKM had just picked up the ball there, they actually got a spare. There was a spare that because 2 of them got knocked down, I believe by the same person. I didn't get to see who, but just absolutely incredible from the whole team of Teaser Crew there, not just getting the 5-0, but managing to, after losing the ball, tackling 2 people, and then just barely able to scoop it up and shoot a long bomb accurately under pressure to just end the game that quickly. And now, now we have to wonder for game 2, is TKM going to change something? They're going to talk about this in between games because we got like 30 seconds to a minute. Are they going to be able to figure something out? Are they going to be able to get their stuff together? Or is Teaser Crew just going to run it down?
Well, you seen Teaser Crew had it straight out the gate, right? They didn't lose possession off of the initial launch of the ball there. So they had very well positioning of teammates there and being able to drag the players off. Now, I will say this with a little bit of knowledge of the game, right? When you see a loose ball, I've learned to kind of stay on one person, stay on net at all times. As you see in there, as soon as TKM comes off the net, if you don't get that ball possession in that moment, that net is completely free. As you saw, it was a free open shot on the goal. So, they got to adapt and be more aware of what their potential to see. And if they're able to pick up the ball and reset it, yeah, that's awesome, right? It's amazing. But there's always a slim chance we're not able to get it. Like I said, they got a spare. And I'm not exactly sure who shot it, but Teaser Crew came up on top of it with that spare and easily scored the 5-0 here. And already off rip, we see TKM now with the ball. This is their first possession of the series, actually. And as I'm saying that, the ball is already loose, but they keep it on their own side, keeping it nice and blue. Now it's TKM's turn to see what they can do with the ball here, and if they're able to control the pace of the game, just like Teaser Crew did last game.
Now, how fantastic would it be if they turned around and did a 5-0 right back in a minute? Nope, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. As soon as I say that, I mean, it's Teaser Crew. I wouldn't have expected it to happen on their watch. But at the same time, if it just means that the defense for TKM needs to step up to where Teaser Crew is. They were able to get decent progress, TKM, just in that first 30 seconds, but Teaser Crew were able to stop them just fine. And TKM was struggling last game, but now that they have the ball, they're able to take it slow. They've got the positioning right. They're looking for a grapple here. It gets launched to the side. Unfortunately, all 3 members of Teaser Crew surrounding him like piranhas. Gonna force him to play slow here. Dive across the field, and it works. And the miss on the Thunder is gonna break up in a little bit of room, but a loose ball pick up by Mohammed, and now they got a little bit of momentum going.
It's already a longer game than we just witnessed, and Muhammad gonna go for a self pass there, and he's not able to pick it back up. But Teaser Crew still not able to grab the ball either, so they don't get the reset, and eventually comes out and takes it. I don't know what just happened there, but he's done. Shit, I don't want to touch it. You touch it. You touch it. I don't want it. But eventually it goes over to Teaser Crew resetting their laps. And already, though, from the last game, we're seeing TKM kind of be more well adapted and able to keep these laps. We've seen them score a couple different laps already for potential of even a 3 and a 5. So now it's really who can control and who adapted from the first game, right? Like TKM's defense gotta step up here. Like they're getting a lot ahead of themselves. As I'm saying that, Thunder just there at the spine says, "I'm listening to you, mindless. I got you. I'm gonna take him out," and he does so. And nice little loose ball here. Who's gonna come up with it on top? And the scramble comes out to Stundle. Stundle just gonna take his time here, draw out some enemies, wait for his teammates. You know, just a little bit of a slow-paced game here right now.
Yeah, this is much more of what we probably expected going into this. You know, TKM having a rough day, losing their first 2 matches, so definitely not feeling great going into this. And you can tell after that first game, they're probably feeling even worse. But they're holding it together this game. You know, the defense is actually present. They're actually stopping the teaser crew. Stundle now gonna try to keep it going, and nope. Who else but Thunder to stop him there? Now Thunder gonna try to get some space. Seasicle not wanting to let him at anything. They finally make it the first checkpoint, but he's on the ground. He's gonna get tackled. Just makes it out in time before Stundle gets there. Now he has an escape plan. The escape plan gets tackled, and now the ball's gonna go be loose and it's gonna end up in Seasicle's hands.
He did have it did seem like he had a little dump pass there potential to his other teammate. Not sure if they communicated that or if he potentially saw more enemies down there than what we saw. But unfortunate with the magnet passes, sometimes they don't always connect. Sometimes we wish our gloves in this game were a lot stronger than what they were. Obviously, you know, we've all been there. And both teams right now, defensive-wise, are stepped up for sure. Nobody's really getting like too far ahead of the game. We've only seen the goal open up and gate 4 open up only a handful of times this match. And approaching 3 minutes left in the game here, this is where you kind of start to question, do we start going for these ones? Do we start going for the open one-pointers? And K just sits there, but again, oh no, it does get reset. So it does reset them back to gate 1 here. And KFN just, you know, easily just waiting patient, like you said earlier, little piranhas down in the water waiting for their prey, right? And, you know, able considering how last game went. So maybe they kind of, that's what they talked about. You know, you had a minute and a half or a minute or so to talk about what to do, what can do better. The ball scrambles can easily win you the matches alone. So that could have potentially been what they went for.
KFN has got the gate open, but as we know, they need more points. Although, if I were TKM, I'd almost have considered that, but the beautiful second lap is going to open up a 3rd point, and Sissio goal with a dive tackle from the ball is beautiful as the ball goes flying for Orange. Gets the 2 checkpoints, but immediately gets picked up, and KFN has momentum, and he's got space. He's going to get something going here, but my goodness, what a tackle from absolutely nowhere. That's something that I loved to do years ago. You know, you go high up on the wall, you dive halfway down the lane, you land right on someone's back before they even realize that you're coming. And now that 2-lapper shut down for TKM as they're going to try to get this back. A missed self-pass by Muhammad. Once again, is recovered by himself. He's done that like twice this game. He needs to maybe work a little bit on those, or maybe it's all a bait. Who knows? These players are better than I am, that's for sure.
As you see, TK again had the potential for that 1 point. You know, everybody was in that bowl too there. You gotta, with a minute and a half left, you gotta take what is given, and that 1 point was definitely given. And you know, maybe it's a little bit, you know, disrespect in a way from elite troops, from teaser crew, saying that, you know, we can still score this within a minute. And but TKM got way more possession than what we saw from, like I said, last game. They didn't have a single bit of possession, so they're able to get these laps consistently and get these ball scrambles, which has been huge for this team. They're getting down, they're getting tackled, but teammates are there to be picked up. They still have to get this gate forward with 50 seconds left here in the game. This could potentially be the last possession, even maybe the last point scored. This next point scored could potentially be the game. And KFN gonna take his time here, going to bait the 1 possibly. No, looks like they're going for it. KFN goes for the shot, scoring 1-0. 36 seconds left in the game, putting Teaser Crew on the back end.
What a completely different game. First game only lasted a minute, and it was 100% possessed by Teaser Crew. And now we're gonna go the distance, full 7 minutes. And we have a 1 point lead for TKM. The team that just got absolutely obliterated now has the lead and the ball with 30 seconds left. and it looks like we're set up to go for game 3, where I think a lot of people, especially the teaser crew fans and players, were thinking, "Oh, this is gonna be a quick one. We'll stay here and then we'll make popcorn after. We don't even have time." But now, well, it looks like we're gonna have time to make popcorn right now, because we're either going into overtime or we're gonna have a game 3 in a few seconds here. The pass goes off, doesn't even bother. He self-passes it, and there it is. Game 3 on the horizon. Will TKM do what Teaser Crew did last time and do a best-of-3 reverse sweep? And if it's anything like last time, if we see an extremely close, like, last-second goal to win game 3 for TKM, that would be insane.
Oh yeah, I'm predicting overtime. I'm predicting overtime for this next game.
I am too.
Simply from what we've seen before with these teams, it's happening the same exact way almost, right? Where the first game is dominated by one player, one team, and then it slowly starts to trickle down into OT. Now, this is close enough to where I feel both teams are adapted after that game. We've seen the defense, we've seen the offense, to where now it's a matter of who controls it. I say this all the time. I'm like a broken record, but if you control the pace of this game with how fast it is, if you're able to bring it down to your speed and control it and draw out players, you're going to win the game. TKM did that very well there. As you saw, he was looking for a lap 3. He brought a defender off of the goal and noticed that. And his teammate up on the wall, easy little pass in for a 1-pointer, right? That's what this game is. This game's a lot about speed, predicting, and just overall knowing what to do in situations. And we're seeing both these teams, do exactly like I just said, predicting the players very well. This is a very, very huge game for Teaser Crew here. Like I said, they have to take this here to solidify at least the 4th spot this week alone. Next week's different story, but for this week's potential of losing that 4th spot, they can potentially lose it right here.
Here we are, game 3, fresh clock. And oh boy, here we go. We got Stundle and Teaser Crew. Fast break with the early possession off the kickoff. This is exactly how game 1 started. TKM need to do something. They're going to need to actually get the ball back, or we're going to see a quick repeat of game 1, and nobody except maybe the Teaser Crew players are going to want that. And there we go. Thunder, of all players, the player I expected to play super well for TKM, be that star player. Again with another tackle and a great pass. Thunder already starting this game off strong for TKM. Now, let's see if TKM can get something going. KFN up to Mohammed. He's got Thunder on the lane. Can't quite get it to him, so he can do a self-pass up the wall. He's got plenty of room. He's going to mess up another self-pass. Can he recover it this time? He can't, and Stundle's going to swoop in and grab it, and now finally that comes to bite him. He's 2 for 3 in the recoveries, but he's 0 for 3 in the self-passes, and you have to wonder, if it's not working, why keep trying it?
Exactly.
And now Stundle's going to have to try to get something going here. He's got all 3 defenders on him. He gets a nice inside pass, but Kama's not able to keep it going forward. And an awkward bounce pass. It's an awkward grab. Can anyone grab it? It's going to be Stundle. Now they have the first lap, but it's super early. Obviously, no one defending the gate, but no one's there to defend the ball either, except for who else but Thunder to stop him in his tracks.
Like you said before, Thunder was our player to watch for this TKM team, and he's proven to us why we said this guy's he stood out between us with his defensive prowess and being able to breed these players from these dives and everything like that. He seemed to be the one initiating a lot of the tackles from the team. Both teams now have opened this gate up a couple times now, so this game is already kind of going a bit more fast-paced than we saw last game, actually. And, with these teams, how they're playing, you're not really expecting them to go for anything anytime soon. We still have 5 minutes left, so even a 3-point, I don't necessarily see. I see them going for a 5, especially from Teaser Crew, knowing that they can get it. They're going to potentially go for at least 1 or 2 5 attempts out if they feel they're able to get it here. And all TKMs, just make sure they don't get those laps, take out those off-ball tackles, as you see right there. I believe it was KFN just coming in with an off-ball tackle, nice little pass to the person he just tackled. So, they're going to pick it back up, and TKM's kind of controlling this game a bit better than they did last game even, early on.
You know what I just realized, Mindless? I don't know why it took me so long to realize. We have 5 of the 6 players playing on console.
Oh,
when
wow.
this game came out, the console community was basically non-existent. and it was all PC players. It was all until like I think if I remember correctly, it was Ginter Xeon with Yatrol and
Yep.
Grayley that time on the scene as a full console team, and they started to climb the ranks. Now I think we're seeing more console players, and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a new generation of players are playing on console, but the controller play is definitely the more dominant play style, and I think that's just a really cool thing to me that not just the controller players but the console players are now what we're seeing more of than the PC players.
That is kind of interesting now you think about it, because like I said, we play for this game for a couple years now, and back then before it was even cross-platform and all that, and now it's like it's dominated by these console players and stuff, and they're able to show off what they can do, and it's kind of crazy how well they have overcome a lot of things. This is one of those games where there's no PC advantage, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It's really just who's the better player, which is why I believe Roller Champions is one of the most fun esports to watch. Like I said, right there, like, you know, you're not going to see a tackle from behind with a pencil dive from Stundle on any other game. You know what I mean? You're thinking you're nice and free, but in reality, you got a whole dude behind you with the skates coming for your head, you know? And right there, like, again, a spare. Like, who's got bowling terms in a tackling game? You know, you got spares, you got strikes. You don't see this type of gameplay in any other esports there is, and this game is so fun to watch. You blink, you miss it. You control stuff. You got trick shots. You got everything you can do. And these two teams right now are putting on a really good show right now for us, to kind of what we're talking about with how every player has their own perspective and their own way of playing. This game, there's not just one way to play. Every team in this league, every team in all of the RC play at their own pace. And you see this one open right now, nice easy 1-point goal. You got to start questioning the self passes right now. I feel TKM has probably fumbled well more than half of what they accomplished in these self passes. But as I'm talking, they get a 3-point attempt here on the goal. He goes for the shot, he scores. TKM scores with a minute 53 left. Is this the reverse sweep? Is this the end of the reverse sweep here? I'm not sure here. I don't want to jinx it yet. That's what I'm saying. Is it? I don't want to jinx nothing. Oh, nice 3-0 KFN.
Wow, I mean, while we were talking about how awesome this game is and how much fun it is to watch, not a whole lot going on until all of a sudden, slowly, the TKM crew get those 2 laps, and they make a shot on net. Stundle was in the net, but he fell through on the other side right as it was shot. Very unfortunate. Could not save that. Now, TKM with the 3-point lead, minute and a half. This is huge for them, because now, after that game 1, I don't think there was a single person on this planet who would have thought, yeah, TKM's got this. This is no problem. 2 games back after a teaser crew that looked that strong. Like, you could tell TKM during that first game were struggling. They were scrambling. They were all over the place. They didn't have enough time to get their stuff together and get back into position. But now that they've had that break in between games, they're like, okay, once we get the ball, we're on to something, and they have been cooking. 1 minute left, and Teaser Crew now have the ball, but they have to get something going. They have a minute to get 3 points or more, and that is not an easy task.
Yeah, not easy indeed, especially with TKM and how they've been playing defensive here. And they gotta, like I said, they gotta get something. This is their last attempt here, possibly on ball possession. And Sissing's kind of showing off a lot of good little self passes here, little wall rides and everything, as you said. A lot of different ways to play this game. And Stundle, they got the gate open for a 3-pointer. Stundle, is he gonna go for it? He's teasing it. He's teasing it. He's not going. They're forcing it. They're pushing for the 5. No, they're going back for the 3. I don't know what they're doing. They got 20 seconds left. They're going for the 5 here, Stealth. They said, we are ending this game right here. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm staying on it. Oh, they get tackled. The ball's loose. It gets reset. Reset with 10 seconds left. But Teaser Crew still has possession here going into overtime. They still have a chance. They still have a chance to score a 3-point here and tie this up and keep it going. Now, I'm going to let you go over to Stealth as my voice needs to break from all this excitement. I don't know what's going on.
Sissy Kama, he's got the ball. He's got Stundle in the ball. He's got up. He got tackled, but he got to inside. No one covered it. They got the first lap completed. As soon as he gets to that gate, he's basically teasing it. A wide open ring. Sono's gonna grab it. He's gonna get tackled. Is Sizikava gonna get up there before Thunder does? He gets the
Oh my
tackle
god!
off of Muhammad.
Oh my
Doesn't get
god!
tackled. And there it is. TKM in a last chance. Basically overtime. I count it. It was such a close game. I mean, but TKM, they come out on top. They get their revenge. And Teaser Crew is a devastating loss. After that game one, I think they had too much confidence. And they were thinking about that league table. They're like, all right, we're good. We can just focus on next week now. No. Now they have to focus on next week and they have to cheer for other teams to lose.
Oh
They
yeah.
don't have the fate in their own hands entirely anymore. They have to
Yep.
win next week. They have to stay on top. They have so much left to do now because now we're going into Ball Hogs versus Classic after this, and I don't know because Ball Hogs have been playing really well today. They beat Mama Boys and they're 2-0 today, and they're about to face Classic. And if they beat Classic as well, this would be
Mm-hmm.
huge for them because they're coming up. They've probably moved a spot or two today, and they could move another one if they because Teaser Crew now takes the loss. My goodness, when we said this week would be exciting, it's exciting. Here it is. This is it. This is
Excited
teams
for
moving up
sure.
and down like crazy. We've got the top three locked in, but we've got so many teams fighting for that fourth spot, and now it's even closer than before.
Oh yeah, like you said, Teaser Crew needed to win that to solidify and give themselves a little bit more cushion. But now with only getting 1 point, they are potentially going to lose that top 4 spot for this week, and they have to fight to get the again next week. And it's crazy. We said this before. These games are a lot closer than what we're even originally thinking of. We see Teaser Crew going 5-0 within a minute of the game. We're like, oh, Teaser Crew's taking this, but TKM coming back in a nice little reverse sweep. I believe, like I said, I believe that is the same as happened before, but the opposite, right? The exact same thing happened before with TKM was scored the 5 and Teaser Crew came back for the reverse sweep. And I predicted it. I'm gonna kind of gloat a bit with a little bit of prediction where they say we're gonna flip it on this head and we're gonna do exactly what you guys did to us last time. And Teaser Crew taking it in good 2-1 fashion. It nice little scrambles there at the end, had us on the edge of our seats, but ultimately able to take it out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see when this updated league table is ready because I want to see the exact numbers. Because I was thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, Teaser Crew's got this. They played well today. TKM lost both their matches today. They're probably not feeling it. But the pressure, I was probably in the back of their minds. Well, you see, here's the thing: they were probably in the back of their minds, and then they 5-0 the first game in a minute and 6 seconds, and they're like, no, there's no pressure anymore. We're just chilling. But then TKM. Oh my God, did they come out swinging? All they needed to get was the ball. They never got the
Yep.
ball in the first game. They never had a chance. They floundered on defense. They just couldn't get their stuff together. And all of a sudden, there's a 5 point in the net. But that second, third game, once they got the ball, they started moving it. They started grooving it with it, and it was enough. And it was incredible to watch. And I think Teaser Crew got what they deserve because I think they were a little bit cocky after that first game. I really do. And after Teaser Crew doing basically the exact same thing to TKM in the first half of the league, it makes sense. You look at the stats. Teaser Crew was 60% of the possession and still
Oh yeah.
losing. But I mean, that's because of game one. You take a full minute and 6 seconds of over to 0 of possession, but then just such a clean
Yeah.
second and third game. I mean, just huge props to 2KM.
You got to also kind of think about the amount of self passes. We'll say that weren't so much self passes and enemy passes. It looked like from TKM here and the possession rate. But the biggest difference here, and I'm seeing, is these shot attempts on goal, where TKM had 8 attempts on this goal. Yeah, Teaser Crew were able to save 3 of them, right? But the more you throw on goal, the more shots you take on goal, the more chances you have of making something, right? And Teaser Crew able to make the points off where it counts, where they don't have as much possession, but they're able to get these laps and get these things. And with that, with that being here, you see the updated a bit here in the league table.
Oh,
TKM coming in 5th now. Gonna take over Ball Hogs here. And Teaser Crew's still in that little spot there, but Ball Hogs still have a chance to take over and to take number 5 and number 4 spot here, potential after today's game, where we got Ball Hogs and Classic next, and that is going to be a huge game where again this whole bracket can be flipped upside down within these 4 teams here for sure.
Oh my god, it is so much closer now. Teaser Crew taking the loss. I think it didn't add the 1 point for their loss. That's why it still shows them in fourth. So they are in fact at 28, or or
Yeah,
maybe I'm crazy, but I
you're
think
right. You're right.
TKM now would actually have the better goal differential because only with -33. So I think TKM's technically in fourth, but Ball Hogs are about to play, and I think if Ball Hogs win this, they're gonna take over that fourth spot anyway. They have a way better goal differential, and that's why all these points matter in all of these games. You can see, Teaser Crew -64 versus Ball Hogs -3. You kind of get the idea of, okay, you're winning, but you're not winning hard enough and that's where those tiebreakers come in. I love this league so much.
Yeah, this league is crazy. We haven't seen something like this. Like I said before, this is the first of its kind in RC that I've witnessed myself, and I believe has ever been in RC where high score games are encouraged, right? It's not just about winning. It's about this goal difference. As you see right now in those top the number 4 number 5th seed right now. Teaser Crew's up and stuff like that, right? From a points and everything goes allowed and everything like that. Where these differences in the goal difference and goals allowed are huge. This is how you determine a tied series, a tied game. And you know, Ball Hogs, like I said, this -3 goal difference, if they win here, they'll easily take the fourth spot. And they can, I feel this team can potentially keep it into next week for sure. But they had to go through Classic. They had to beat out Classic, who's only allowed 8 points. So, or 8 goal difference here. So they got a good match on their hands here. And I'm curious on who's gonna take this. And with that, I feel we're gonna come back. And when we get back here, we're gonna see another close game going back and forth for sure.
To the end, to the end, to the end. I remember. Fight again, fight again, fight again. Yeah, I will fight again. They will strike again. I will fight again. Yeah, I will fight again. I remember. To the end, to the end, to the end.
still around to love? What if I'm still looking for that love, the love that heats my blood? I can see right through you when there's nothing on the other side. I fight with these thoughts every night. If I'm a good lover after the rush, lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. Lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. Singing moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. And I can't swim, but I'm not sinking. I'm simple, I'm not overthinking it. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. We're going nowhere, nowhere seems to me to be the right way to go. As if that's not enough, I'm not yours, I'm not even my own. And I haze of my infatuation, contemplating your wide eyes. I fight with my thoughts every night. If I'm a good lover after the rush, lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. Lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. Singing moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. And I can't swim, but I'm not sinking. I'm simple, I'm not overthinking it. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones.
I'm known in the business as the whispering giant. But my eyes are quite hard, you see. We don't blink. We don't blink. As if you're going to be deadly, you never see a cobra blink.
Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. And I can't swim, but I'm not sinking. I'm simple, I'm not overthinking it. Moon chasing, satellite racing. Show me those electric bones. Lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. Lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone. And I can't swim, but I'm not sinking. I'm simple, I'm not overthinking it. Lost travel, can't get home. I'm just a girl with a microphone.
I think you're gonna wanna see this. I know you're not gonna believe this. Transcendent from another planet. Single-handed change the game just like we planned it. I think you're gonna wanna see this. Watch, watch, watch me now. Make it say whoo, make it say wow. Watch, watch, watch me now. Watch, watch, watch me now. Make it say whoo, make it say wow. Watch, watch, watch me now. You're gonna see what everybody's talking about. Don't blink, don't close your eyes. Can you see it now? Visualize. No question, looking like a legend. Best of the best of the best. Yeah, I said it. Don't blink, don't close your eyes. Watch, watch, watch me now. Make it say whoo, make it say wow. Watch, watch, watch me now. You're gonna see what everybody's talking about. Watch, watch, watch me now. Make it say whoo, make it say wow. Watch, watch, watch me now. You're gonna see what everybody's talking
Welcome back, everyone, to the RC Six Man's Premier League. Once again, for the last time today, I'm still Ninja, and I'm still here with Mindless. And once again, we've got two teams fighting for that fourth and final playoff spot. We have Ball Hogs and we have Classic. We have already played a couple matches today, and as you'll see on the league table, are both in that contention for. Look at the 28, 28, 26, 24. Just absolutely incredible. Now with Ball Hogs, look, I've already won two matches today. One against Mama Boys, who I thought were going to be really good this season, and then the other one against Blitzers. So Ball Hogs looking good today. Classic lost both of their matches, and so going into this, I have Ball Hogs favored. But let me hear what you think, Mindless.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to agree with you in this situation. Simply because Ball Hog's noticing that they have a potential spot to take this number 4 here. I'm not gonna go against you here with this. So, there's a potential of Classic saying, we're gonna go against the casters and destroy Ball Hogs, but I feel Ball Hogs, as you mentioned, with their wins they have under their belt and stuff today already, they're able to take this. And noticing that they have the potential to take the number 4 spot is huge for a team, right? You got to play for your full potential here. And yeah, but also we again here, as you see in the channel on the Twitch chat, take your opinions into the channel points and predict your guys' selves. Are you gonna go with me and Stealth over here, the little caster crew? You're gonna go with Ball Hogs? You're gonna go against us and go for Classic? We'd like to know who you guys are going with in the chat for sure. Let's see if Chad's right. Chad's been wrong potentially the last two series. Let's see if Chat's gonna redeem themselves in this last final set here. So,
Yep. And today we'll be going to Staten Island as the home team is Ball Hogs. They will be in orange. We've got Neon Phantom and a last-second switch out where Tess, the chef, is switching out with Flix. So we'll be seeing the captain of Flix alongside the two main players, and playing on Staten Island. We're gonna be playing on their server, and we're gonna see how this goes. I haven't been to Liberty Arena in a little bit. Definitely one of my favorites in terms of color schemes, and
no,
the red, white, and blue. It's in New York City. You can't go wrong. But yeah, Ball Hogs. Hopefully they could live up to the OG Ball Hog name and just absolutely dominate today and put themselves in a fantastic spot going into next week, our last week before playoffs. And I'm excited because we've had two great series already, and in absolutely incredible fashion, our first game of the F3 series today has had a disconnect. And just like clockwork, we were talking about this before we started. I'm like, are we taking bets on if we have a disconnect again? And what do you know? Here we are. But so
you
we'll
can't
keep
escape
talking a
it.
little bit about the teams.
Yeah, you can't escape the disconnects. It's inevitable when you're playing cross servers and stuff between these teams. Looks like they're gonna just kind of fully leave the game here and reset the entire lobby. So it's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a while until we get this game again going. Like so, we can talk about the teams a bit more here, right? We got Classic and we got Ball Hogs, right? We're both taking Ball Hogs here. Who's your players to watch though? Who are you expecting to kind of see shine bright like a diamond over the other players?
Um, well, like with the Team Classic, these are players I'm not as familiar with. It's a full German team actually, so I don't even know that many German players, but other than maybe like Texter, because he's just that good. But Ball Hogs,
Mhm.
all players I'm familiar with. Flix, Neon, Phantom, and even Tespoof, who has been a long time six-man player, very good player, and I mean honestly I'm looking at all the Ball Hogs players, but I want to see Neon. Neon is one of those players that when I saw him rising, he was one of those players that was was very inconsistent. It was one of those players, didn't want to be on the team, and now he's one of those top players who
Mhm.
clearly has the potential to be a consistent top player. And so I want to see if he's still got that consistency in him to be a notable player.
Oh yeah, it's like I said, he's one of those players that you can stand out for sure. But over on Classic, like I said, you don't know him as much. I've got to cast a good amount of their matches, and with I believe it's Swezy, Sleazy, and King that are playing tonight, and all three of them honestly are really well rounded. Swizzy is able to kind of be a bit more noticeable. I feel like he's kind of like I'm one of those big defense guys. As you can tell, I like watching the tackles come out of nowhere and stuff like that. And so he's can able to get those tackles and stuff where I think it's Sleethy is able to get like goal saves, right? Their team's defense is pretty well rounded. So it's kind of hard to pick one between those teams, but I feel Swizzy is gonna kind of shine a bit more than the other players and show off what Classic is able to bring to the team, right? Where Ball Hogs, you got Neon. We're focused, a little bit of shining on him, and then Swezzy over on Classic side. Um, Other than that, I feel Flix has a lot to kind of come into. Like, so he's subbing in as captain in a way. He's taking test spot for the day, so Flix has to step up and fulfill a big amount of shoes. A lot of us know who Test is and how good Test is, and Flix has to be just as well rounded for sure to keep Ball Hogs on top.
I mean, Flick's being the captain of this team, he's going to be a good player. I think he's going to fill in just fine. But of course, like you said, Tess another great player. I'm surprised maybe one of the other two players didn't step down, but they must be feeling pretty confident. I'm not sure why they switched last second. Yeah, it was literally maybe 10 seconds while we were talking, 10 seconds before we had the players start, that they called for a swap out. So they got it out just in time. Of course, we did have the obvious the error in the match, but again, look at this. We have a full console team versus a full PC team. We're still have lots of console players playing, and I love it.
Oh yeah, console's not going anywhere. Like you said, I was looking in chat a bit. Console scene has always been there, just not from the very get-go because of the fact there was no crossplay. But as soon as that crossplay hit, console players were always around. We've never just had them just not in any tournaments since then. Even from the issues way back in the day that we've had, and as PC players, we didn't have the issues as much. But as we're talking, there's no advantage between the two besides maybe a little bit of connections. But that's kind of again going along with the server stuff. So as they going for a little slingshot from his teammate there, it looked like, and going for it again, he ends up not getting his teammate gets tackled. Nice pass off though. Good passes back and forth, but Phantom comes in with the tackle. Ball is loose. It's still in the hands of Classic though. And this is what I'm talking about. Swezzy's able to control this ball pace really well. This is kind of how I was kind of trying to highlight them a bit more, just simply because they're really well-rounded to control the pace of the game and see where a lot of players aren't, or a lot of enemies are not, and he's able to keep it. He's kept ball possession for the entire first lap pretty much, and not dropping it within that time is kind of huge. Huge dive pass though over to King and Bull 2, and Ball Hogs noticing the got a 3-point here. Phantom's gonna be sitting on neck. King's questioning it. A little bait on it looks like though. He's gonna go around 4 more easily here. 4-5. And Flakes comes in, but he can't get it up. Swezzy recovers and still keeps it in the hands of Classic though.
Oh my god. Absolute baloney, aka Neon Nexion, absolutely demolishes them as he just had no one to pass to. I mean, at what point do you just try to turn it around and go take a shot, even if it gets saved? It was very like after that one tackle and they just couldn't get the ball back. You just I don't know. Classic. It's hard to commentate. It almost feels like Messi. These players, and not the good Messi.
You just never know what's happening.
It's very back and forth, but not in necessarily a good way. We've seen 2 tackles, very good tackles, in fact, from Ball Hogs, from a couple of different players, and just not being able to recover the ball is extremely detrimental. Then while they have the ball now, if you can't recover the ball well after a tackle, then what's the point of the tackle other than to slow the play down just a little bit?
Not what that. Whoa. Okay. Neon gonna take a 1 point within the under 3 minutes of the first game here.
Huh? You almost wonder if this was an accident because the only other 1-pointer we've seen, I think was like in overtime. Maybe one other that was like, I think it was late in a game, but that is a very early one, and he did dive into it. So maybe he just had his camera the other way. I don't know, but a 1-point lead, which is weird to say. With 4 minutes left, and now, I mean, maybe this is the Ball Hogs method. Maybe they're a very defensive-oriented team, and they're going to be able to hold this.
Now, see, I say that was intentional. He meant to do that. He wanted this 1 point. If I know anything about like a lot of these players on this Ball Hawks team, they go for a net. If it's open, they're taking it. Don't give them any freebies, right? And you see another 1 point here, but they're gonna go pass and go for a three. They're potentially go for a 1-3-1 strat. For those who know us from way back when,
Oh yeah.
who started all that 1-3-1 stuff, and Flick's gonna go in
Bam.
again. Flicks throws it in for the 3-point, making it 4-0. Ball Hogs kind of dominating right now with these scores, with still 3 minutes left in first game.
Yeah, I mean, let them cook with the 1-pointer. They knew what they were doing. They got the ball back. They could play as slow as they really realistically wanted because they knew they could play. They had to come towards them. If they didn't play a confident defense, they could play it slow and they could end up getting away with the ball. And as soon as you throw that 1-pointer, one of the most underrated parts of throwing a 1-pointer early is that you threaten another 1-pointer after, and you potentially put another defender onto that net when they could be blocking the ball, and it opens up the 3-point lane a little better. That's why we're talking about that 1-3-1 strategy. It's a mind game and a half because, yeah, you could keep scoring 1-pointers, but you could also bait out the defenders, which is one of the biggest things people want to do.
Another thing with them having 4 points right now, they don't really necessarily have to block the 1. They don't have to block the 3. They can all out attack on ball here. Also, again, with this league and how the league works, with the more points you score, the better. They have a potential to score more than 5 here. I didn't even think about that till just now with how this league is. They can potentially go for a 3 and make it a 7-point game, or even a 5 and make it a 9-point game. So they
absolutely.
have a lot of control right now with it being 4-0.
Absolute baloney. Bringing it around town. Are they going to take the 1? It's a little short. It goes over the defender. Are they going to take it? Are they going to take the 1 or are they going to keep it going for the more points? Looks like they'll take the 1. They are going to get it. And even though they could have gone for more points, I don't think they need it. We saw the table earlier. 5-0 is going to go in favor of Ball Hogs. And I think this is not going to be a repeat of the last series where we saw a 5-0, the game ended early, and then a reverse sweep. I think this is Ball Hogs in their prime. I think they are just that much better. And I think this is going to be representative of how the next game is played. But we'll see. We've been wrong before.
Yeah, like you said, this game is so unpredictable. You never know what happens, But you saw in that game a good amount of scrambles there, and Ball Hogs was able to kind of be on top of the scrambles for a good amount of them, right? That's gonna be like the deciding factor here. Who can keep the ball possession even after getting tackled? And Ball Hogs did a very well job of that. I think if it was like twice where they got tackled and they were able to recover, and both ended up into a scoring position. So it's very exciting kind of see this team be how they are and play how they're playing, right? They just got to keep their pace going. But with Classic, there's just nobody to poke at. Classic can easily take this next game and make us to go to game 3, make us eat our words or something, And I'm kind of curious on how they're gonna adapt to what we just saw, where Ball Hogs had control of the game for a good amount of it.
Yeah, and we're gonna hopefully see if this is a 2-game series, we're probably gonna see how lopsided the possession was in terms of percentage. I mean, it really was like there was a potential there for Classic for a little bit, and it looks like we might be missing a player again for Classic. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, like Classic had the ball for a little bit. They had a couple opportunities to get something going, but it was almost entirely Ball Hogs who just ran away with it with 5 points. I love the 1-3-1. You talked about it after the 1-pointer, and what did they do? They took the 1-3-1, and it worked absolutely to perfection. And they didn't even need to go for the 1. They could have gone for more after if they wanted to. Now, league table, it says otherwise. I think they have a pretty good goal differential. I think after that game, I'm pretty sure they just went from negative to positive, and the other couple teams above them, or just teaser crew above them, has a negative goal differential of like negative 60. So goal differential right now for this team is in a good place. So I don't think they're worried about that. So 1-3-1 Classic strategy, ironically used against Team Classic by Ball Hogs and OG name. It all works out in the head. It's satisfying. We actually have the league table up for a second. You can see Ball Hogs and Classic, the only ones close to a positive, with that are negative. unless you count Mama Boys. But yes, they were -3, and with a 5-0, that is going to put them at +2, which is very interesting. But now it also puts them in position to win and take that 4th place spot from TKM, which was just in Teaser's crew spot. We're gonna have potentially 3 different teams in that 4th place spot within an hour. Like that's insane. And we still have a week to go.
Yeah, this bracket's crazy. Like I said, this is all out war for that 4th spot into the playoffs. As you said, like Howard mentioned the goal difference. Ball Hogs with the scoring 5, that's gonna put Classic down -13 after that game in a way. So, it's huge, right? Ball Hogs don't necessarily need extra points right now, right? The only threat to their goal difference is Classic, and if they beat Classic like that again, then really Classic's not a threat to them no more, right? They're going to be nice and positive going into next week, so they can get away with all these ties with their goal difference. But at the end of the day, they have to win. Both these teams just have to win. They can't just win this week and be like, oh, we're good next week. No, you guys are 1-point differences, 2-point differences in these games where even next week's games are going to be huge. These players have to fight till the very end to get into this playoff and show off your skills of being top within this league. This is Premier League. And Premier League has just been crazy. It's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of upsets, honestly, in some cases, some matches. But overall, it's been very exciting to watch, in my opinion, and very different than a lot of other things we see. And it's a lot of just insane gameplay, to say the least, for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool with the whole mindset of being able to wanting to score more than just 5 points for the tiebreaker, because having a max of like 50, 60 points tops, and you're seeing a lot of these teams in the middle really close together in that mid to late 20s. That goal differential is going to take place like it already is right now. It's the reason TKM is over Teaser Crew. They won, and they have 30 more goal differential, and Ball Hogs and Classic are right next to each other in points. If Classic wins this, it'd be both them and Ball Hogs would both be at 27, and their goal differential would be pretty close. They'd be pretty dang close, depending on how the scores go. So all of these teams have that in the back of their mind. Ball Hogs, however, just hey, we win this, we're gonna have the good enough goal differential, and we're gonna have enough points. We just need to make sure we play well enough the following week, and we should be good. And I think after Teaser Crew losing the last match against TKM, it puts Ball Hogs in the perfect position to swoop in and take that 4th spot.
Oh yeah, like you said, Ball Hogs have the potential to take it this week. Who knows? Next week, Classic might have the potential to take it next week. So it's very, very well rounded here in these the 4 through 7. Mama Boys aren't even necessarily counted out either, but they have to do a lot of hopes into doing so. So yeah.
All right, we're having a little bit of difficulty. They had to remake the lobby, so we're gonna go to a quick minute or 2 break, and then we'll be right back. Welcome back. We're heading into Staten Island. Hopefully, all things are back to normal. We don't have any more issues. The players just needed to remake the lobby. We got it started as quick as we could, and assuming no issues, then we can get this game started. Game 2 started. Already 1 up for Ball Hogs, a very decisive 5-0. And now Classic are going to have to come back fighting harder than they have before. And it's all on the line, because I think if Classic lose this, their chances of making it are very slim. This is, for both of these teams, it really means everything to try to win this.
Yeah, Ball Hogs, if they do lose it, they're still at 1 point behind the teams above them. It looks like more connection issues are happening here, though. So again, we're gonna take a little bit of a time here, just to kind of talk to everybody a bit, I guess, and see if we can get the lobby going and able to stay in for another game.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it settled. I don't want to have to keep waiting on them, but sometimes the players are a little weird. But I think it looked like they had the wrong server. They forgot to turn something off. Whatever.
It,
It was
it is
funny.
what
Uh,
it is.
I'm surprised, like, they're not playing Test. I just realized Tespov is literally the second highest on the global leaderboard for skill rating. Now, it's ranked, it's a little different, but at the same
Yeah,
time, that's extremely impressive. That's hard to do. I mean, you're not gonna be playing against randoms when grinding for that. So
I
I'm
mean that's like
interested.
I think I was only been top 100 once in my entire life in this game. And it was during January, which is my birth month, because I was born January 9th. So I'm like, I don't care. I just want the banner for January just to say I was top 100 during my birthday. That's all I grinded for. I didn't care about any other month. Uh, and I got like one of the coolest ones. But I kind of missed out on, like, talking about the game a bit, I guess, as we're just waiting for this lobby to set up. But some really cool top 100 banners you can get. The Penguin. I feel the Penguin top 100 banner is probably one of the cooler ones. And then a little bias of my opinion with the ice one that I have that I rock. That one's pretty cool. I'm curious. People in chat, let's ask people in chat here in a question. Out of the banners, what kind of banners do you guys like? If you want to describe some sort of banners in a way, if you can, subscribe it with an emote. Actually, do your best to subscribe with the emote.
Oh, I like that. That's a fun
There's,
challenge.
we have
Mine would be a cactus emote, and I don't know if anyone would get it.
is cactus because like the desert type one with the sunset, or
No, it's literally the kickoff champion. It's from being top 100 in the first season.
okay, let's
It
show
has
off,
a bu-
Bodie. Let's show off, wise.
it has a bunch of cactuses on it. It's like the only
That's
thing on
fair.
there besides like a trophy. I'm not gonna. Oh, I'd put a cactus and then a trophy. I guess
Oh,
that would do it. Anyone who has that banner probably would get it off of that. But I have some other cool ones. I have the streamer one's actually really cool. It's just a nice
yeah,
just a nice solid purple with a couple little things thrown in there. It actually has a really nice touch to it. And I also have the pink poop one, which is definitely a banger.
yeah. The streamer one is actually really cool, especially when I got that myself when I like first applied for it, and that was kind of big for me with how much we were into this game and stuff back then. So like having that banner and being like saying like Twitch streamer or like live streamer and stuff as a title is pretty huge, pretty cool. And there's a lot of like big huge ones. You see a couple little emotes coming through. You got a little red guy. Not exactly sure what the little red dude is there. Maybe that's like we're talking about the little mascot, maybe little mascot logo. Thunder coming in with a little dragon way situation there. More than likely is what I'm expecting from that one. Uh, so couple different emotes in there. Kind of picture who we got there.
Yeah, I don't know all the banners. I don't have all the banners, but I'm sure the ones that they're talking about are pretty good. I don't know if anyone in the game has all of them. Maybe probably the devs.
There's
I'm hearing
I
a voice in
highly
my
doubt.
ear, like some random bug saying it does, but I don't think that bug plays Pro Champions anymore, so I don't think he's that good. Whoever that bug is, but regardless, we've got all the players in for now. Hopefully we're on the right server. I don't know, but I think we're just gonna play it out regardless. And yeah, these players are itching to play. We all wanna see some Pro Champions, and let's see if they're playing. They're gonna play it out.
All right, well, kickoff has started. No disconnects. Don't want to jinx it. Knock on wood. And here we are, Ball Hogs with the ball off the gate. And as I'm saying that, they're going to get taken over here and flop it right off back to the back already. We'll see how this goes. And as we got to mention, right, Ball Hogs winning 5-0, a pretty easy fashion game one. Are they able to do it again here? Or is Classic able to adapt? And Sweezy with the crazy intercept pass there. Kind of coming off the wall after a tackle, which is huge. But Neon's got a free lane. Nice little pass up to Phantom. Phantom's got the one open here. Nice pass up to Flix. They got the one. They don't go for the one here. And Sleazy's going to kind of take them out and, say this is our turn. Potential goal laps here for Classic now. And we got a game on our hands, boys. This is gone back and forth already. Laps have started. Gates have been open. Now it's a matter of who can shoot the ball through the gate while it's open.
Neon pass gets intercepted by Sweezy. We're seeing a lot from him and Sleazy as well, as you were talking about. Those two players are going to have to mesh well with King, see if he can be that nice little glue, nice little middle player. A third man, per se. A good passing going on. Nice little communication there. Roll up the ball, but he's not able to get the ball moving anywhere. And Sleazy is going to have to take this, but they still don't have that first checkpoint. They're trying, but a giant orange wall is going to block them. They cannot make it back to the checkpoint one, but that's what they're fighting for. No one's going backwards. They're all just fighting here. You see this so often, and you wonder, when are they going to take it backwards? When are they going to try to get space? Or when are they going to get a pass like they did to Sweezy? They're able to get it all the way over all the defenders, and now the speed. They're trying to get all the speed out. He gets over. Neon jumps over him like a rabbit. Now King's up in the back. He's got Sweezy. Sleazy's up in front, but King gets there faster than anyone. Now they got that first lap, and this is more of what we wanted to see from Classic going into this if they wanted to have a chance to beat Ball Hogs.
And Classic decided not to go for the one here. They got a pretty good lane here. Nice little ball control there from Sweezy with the brakes. Nice little slingshot. Now they got the gate open 4-3, but they're going for the 5 here. This is our first potential 5 push from this team. No, Sweezy's he's baiting out the 3. He's waiting for it. He goes through it. He scores the 3. Nice little wait and bait, I guess, from Sweezy. Kind of just realizing where the enemy players were, and scoring the 3 with their first couple minutes of the game. Huge for this team here, because now it puts Ball Hogs in a predicament where they have to go for a 3 with this much time left, and they don't have the potential to block the 1. So they are on all-out attack here until that second lap is completed.
Yeah, now Ball Hogs on the back foot, and you have to wonder if all these breaks with the disconnects in the server are gave Classic enough time to think about what they needed to do to have a little team meeting, and now, or just at least take away the momentum that Ball Hogs had. You have to wonder, but now Ball Hogs, 4 minutes left. They got plenty of time, but they can't go for the 1-3-1 like they want to, unless they feel confident enough. But when they're down 3, can you really have that much confidence?
Yeah, being down 3, like I said before, you will rarely ever see a 1 shot. If you do, it's usually by mistake and not realizing that that they scored already, or like a panic shot or something, or like a magnet pass going off, or someone along those lines. But like I said, Ball Hogs have the potential here to keep this going. They can get this 3-point. I believe in Ball Hogs here. They still have 3.5 minutes left to score. They got all the time in the world, really, to kind of control this ball and just keep it. But they have to keep the ball in their possession. And, with nobody to pass to in that area, teammates might have been a bit too far. Tackles come in and goes back over to Classic. Now Swizzly with the ball here. He's able to kind of control pace, but self-pass. We've seen too many of these self-passes not be self-passes today. Start to question, do we keep going for them or something? I'm not sure.
And they're not the only team that's having trouble with them. We've seen multiple players on multiple teams going for self-passes, and just the ball just flying out of their hands, just completely getting away from them. And it's one of the biggest mistakes we've seen today, besides, not recognizing the defensive positioning in time and letting the offense just run around the ring. We've seen that a couple times as well. And almost like you said, a magnet pass flying to the net. It would have been funny. It would have been a 3-pointer instead. But Sweezy is going to get the deny as it flies around onto the ground. And now would have been a counterattack if they got the first checkpoint. Would have been a quick lap. But Now King gonna try to get something started. They're in a decent position here because they have the 3 points, they have the ball, and now it's up to someone like Neon who comes out of nowhere, gets the tackle, but looks like Classic are getting better at recovering the ball, and it might be the difference for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it said the ball scramble is the biggest thing between these teams and how they can do things, right? It's whoever comes out with the ball on top who can keep the possession of it. Now, Classic has the one open here to potential, making 4-0. But it looks like they're going to go for more. They're going to try to end it here with a 6-0. And no, Neon says, not today. This is our chance. And he's going to take them out here, giving them another attempt here to tie this game up. He's got one teammate with him. Magnet Path does go off a bit, but ball scramble. Who comes out on top? Phantom does, keeping it in possession of Ball Hogs. And this is where people start to heat up a bit. They get it. They're like, all right, cool, let's go, keep it going, right? Get your teammates in perspective. Get your teammates in position and ready for everything. Ball Hogs are able to get this ball, and another pickup from Phantom. Phantom's on top of these ball scrambles right now, keeping it alive for their teammates. But as I say that, Swezzy, my player to watch over on Classic, was there for that one, as Phantom was a bit behind on it, but still gets taken out. Neon comes out on top of it ultimately, still keeping it in the Ball Hogs' possession, but they just got to reset their laps here. And again, as I'm talking sleazy, I'm just gonna I don't know what's going on anymore. It's just anywhere.
A minute left, and Ball Hogs now have to put everything out like they can. They got enough time for an attempt or two to get that 3 points on the board. At this point, there is no 1-pointer. I doubt there'll be a 5-point attempt unless they deem it absolutely free. But they gotta get the ball back first. 34 seconds. This is when you can easily start to hold on to that ball. You just move the ball around as fast as you can.
Ooh.
And Phantom Lord, faster than they can go. And now here we go. This is where you're gonna have to see this team pop up. They're gonna take it slow, but they know it's their last opportunity. And they can take it as much time as they need. But Swezzy is there to deny, and nobody's near him with 10 seconds left. It's going to be tough to get the ball back for Ball Hogs, as he can chuck this down to King if he wants to, and he does. It looks like a missed mag pass, but it's going to end up probably in King's hands anyway. No, it doesn't.
No.
Flix is at the bottom of it, and all of a sudden, we have one last chance. It says on screen in big bold letters. Flix now in the ball. Gonna try to take it down. He's got his teammate up on the wall, but he chooses to take it himself, and maybe that was his mistake. Can he get it?
Oh!
Leon's gonna grab it. Now continues their last chance.
Neon coming up with their nice little pickup from that from the tackle there. Again, coming from the ball, and another pass goes wrong, but Phantom there to pick it up. Ball is still loose, and the Classic comes out with it, sleazy, able to get it and put an end to their final attempt there in OT. And oh my goodness, these matches are too close. Stealth, they're getting us nervous. I don't know what's happening.
That was so
seeing-
close. That was
we're
so
seeing
bad.
things
I thought they
happen.
had it. They got the lap. They got around the corner. They got tackled. They got an insane recovery, but then immediately got tackled again. And then finally, Classic with the recovery is going to tie this game up 1-1. And just when I thought Ball Hogs were going to take this into be a confident team, not do what Teaser Crew did. Classic now in position to win back-to-back games after being on match point. And I don't know, it felt like a completely different Ball Hogs and a completely different Classic. It felt like almost the roles completely swapped. It wasn't a 5-0, it was still 3-0, but we've seen so many 3-0s today. The 3-pointers mean everything because it's so much more pressure. You can't go for ones.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's late enough, you can't go for a 5 to try to end it. You have to go for a 2-lapper. And when you have that advantage, it's like it makes it twice as long because you know where to block. You're playing it every single checkpoint. You don't get that free pass at checkpoint 1 because you have the mind games available to you. You never have to stop playing perfect.
Oh yeah. Like you said, the 3 points are huge because it puts your opponents at a disadvantage and makes you have way more confidence in that situation where you don't gotta block the ones. If the 3 goes through, they're like, that's fine. We scored a 3 on them, right? We can score a 1, make it 4-3. Having the 3-0 lead is just a huge advantage because of the fact of how it is. And back to this league table, as you're saying, these two teams, that this is a huge game. We've talked about multiple times here, and with the 1-1 in the series going to a game 3, I'm honestly not too sure of who's going to come on top of it after what we just saw. I'm obviously sticking with the boy in the ball hogs simply because of the 5-0 fashion. I think they can do it again. Um, but Classic putting on a clinic on defense and not giving them the chance to even go for a one was really well adapting by Classic.
Yeah, and still a very close goal differential between the two. Classic are going to need a big win here to take over that. Let's do some numbers here just because we have a second. 5-0 for Ball Hogs would put them at
Mhm.
+2, but then the
Yep.
3-0, losing 3 is going to put them at -1.
Yep.
So in Classic is going to be basically +2 or -2, so they're at -10. So
Yeah.
if Classic win game 3 and they win 5-0, they are now one ahead in goal differential and tied in points to Ball Hogs. Now, this is literally what we're talking about. Every point matters. It's actually insane. If Classic win game 3 5-0, they will both teams will have 27 points and the goal differential will be one different, which is just it's just insane.
Yeah, like I said, in this league, goals mean a lot more. At the beginning of it, we're not really looking at the goals as much, because it's like, oh, people are thinking like that's not gonna play a factor, right? There's no way we're gonna be tying in points or something, blah blah blah, right? But as we're getting closer and closer to the final week being next week, you're seeing these goal differences become a factor, and it's huge. Like the difference between a 1-0 victory and a 3-0 victory, or a 3-2 or a 5-4, or a 9-0, as you see Meow Power just obliterating the goal difference, 158 point or 158 goal difference, them scoring 9-0 multiple times. you know, these players are solidifying their legacy in a way with this tournament because of their showing off how dominant they are against these people. And with this league being the way it is, we're seeing people play in these leagues that we don't necessarily see in tournaments. We mentioned this week after week, where they're able to showcase themselves and showcase their region a bit more, with it being cross plat, being cross servers and everything. So it's very interesting to see how these teams are playing against like EU versus NA and stuff like that. Where before it was always the continental clash that we had to look forward to, right? Now it's you got the Premier League, and this is weekly. Where we're seeing these people constantly go at each other and ultimately show up who's on top.
Yeah, and as we're waiting for the players, I can't help but think that this these technical issue breaks are ruining momentum both for both teams at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a very very even playing field. Unlike Teaser Crew, they had the 5-0 and they went straight into game 2. You'd think they had momentum, but they didn't. And now we're seeing something similar, but people could blame it on whatever, the breaks in between or the server shenanigans with trying to figure that out. So I'm interested to see that. I mean, we're square. We're all square. It's 1-1. It's a one game takes all, and this match means everything, especially for Ball Hogs. So once we get in, if Ball Hogs can manage to win this, it puts them in the ideal spot. And if they tie or if they lose, it will put them back. It'll put them tied for 27 points, and then Teaser Crew T game will be at 28. It'll be a 1 point difference for 4 teams. It'll be absolute mayhem going into next week, which is the last week. It's just going to be so insane, and I just want to. I just want to see some Royal Champions. I'm so excited. This one singular game means so much for four
So much.
different teams, not just the one that wins, not just the one that loses, for two others as well. And it's just insane.
Yeah, like you said, it's this game decides a lot. This game right here decides a lot coming into the next week. And it's really ultimately who's able to keep the game going and win this game. Like I said, we've had disconnects between each match. We've seen Classic kind of adapt pretty well to Ball Hogs after game one. Now is this time for Ball Hogs kind of adapt and change their pace a bit after they've seen what Classic can do, and are they able to take it back in their own time here? Um, Kind of curious. We'll do a little bit of another like prediction here, I guess, but a little bit more of an advanced one between me and Ninja here. I'm curious what you got point wise. Who's gonna take it, and what's the final score gonna be this game three?
Oh, for just this game. So Ball Hogs game one, they 1-3-1 for relatively quick, like middle of the game, 5-0, and then we have a timeout 3-0 for
Mm-hmm.
Classic at the end of the game. You know, it it's one of those games where I hate to say it, but it really is just that close of a game where it's hard to predict. Like I still think at the end of the day, if in under the right circumstances, we have Ball Hogs on the home server, if that all works out, I think Ball Hogs still win, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't think it'll be a 5-0. I think it'll be I'm gonna say, because I want to say stuff like it's gonna be 3-1, but you're not gonna see any 1 pointers. The most likely score we're gonna see in one of these games, other than like 5-0, is 3-0. So honestly, I'm gonna say Ball Hogs 3-0. It feels weird to say it because I think Classics still have a lot in them, potentially. So, but we'll see. What do you got in this one?
I'm gonna go a bit more advanced on it and add some to it. I think it's gonna go overtime. Okay.
Okay.
So I want to see some overtime action. We saw it happen in the second game where Classic was able to kind of adapt well, so we know they can take it to OT. And I think it's gonna be 3-3 going into overtime. So I'm saying 4-3 over the Ball Hogs. Um,
Okay.
Simply because I feel that pressure from that they just had, they might be able to clutch it up in this next upcoming one where they don't have to score. So, but like you said, you don't know. This game's so close; it could be a 1-0 victory for all we know. We never know in the games like this where it goes back and forth so much. So, definitely, everybody's thoughts in chat. Even if you want to participate in our little prediction game, what you think is going to happen in it. Um, it's a lot more complicated when you put in predictions that way instead of just who's going to win and who's going to lose. But it's a lot of fun, especially if you're right in that situation. You can get a little bit more actually little bragging brownie points, like, ha, I predicted it. You're not tell the future kind of thing. So, we'll see what's up with it.
It's also an American team versus a German team. So if you're
Mhm.
American, drop those American flags. If you're German, drop the German flags. Let's see where you're at, and maybe we can we'll see if there's someone from the other country cheering for a certain team. Maybe someone's not loyal to their country, or maybe they just don't know. Maybe they're just like, oh, Classic seems like a cool name. I'm an American. That's Classic, bro. And it's like, nope, Classic's all Germans. It's a fun thing. You don't see I like to see the teams who have all three from the same country.
Mhm.
You see it in other esports where well, in other esports in the pro scenes, you typically have players literally fly over to the country, and so
Yeah.
they'll slap the new country flag on their name next to them. But at the same time, these players will grow up all over the place, and you'll see EU players going to like Asia to play on a team because they can't find a team because EU is so competitive. It's in all the esports. EU and NA are so competitive, and sometimes South Korea as well. But here we have literally an NA-EU matchup, but the home team is American, and looks like the players are trying to start, but we'll see. They did pick the wrong arena. I don't think anyone is going to care. We're just gonna hope that any server was gotten, and all the players are just gonna play this match,
Ye
so we can finally get a result
Honestly, the
on the
disconnect
board.
might be from Staten
Nope.
Island stuff itself. Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. Well, they're reset once again, ladies and gentlemen. So you
All
get
right.
our beautiful faces back on screen.
Now we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hopefully the players figure this out, and well, when we do, we'll cut right back in as soon as we see the match has started. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Ask for it too, but I just keep on yelling, keep on running, never stopping. Do you got the moves to make it stick? Yeah, to get the clicks. Yeah, technically your every move. Can ya keep 'em coming like a machine? Yeah, be your blue jean. Yeah, what can we do to get you on the news? Say it to the radio, say it to the radio, say
chain me up, still speculating, never enough. But soon you'll see I'm unrestrainable, I'm uncontainable. Any moment, I'll have you begging, don't turn your back. Oh, can't you see that I'm untamable? I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat. Pushing me, keep pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You won't stop me, don't bother trying, never enough. Cause soon you'll see I'm unrestrainable, I'm uncontainable. I always search for light in darkness, you'll never think I'm weak. Cause I'm untamable, I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat. Pushing me, keep pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. Hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat. Pushing me, keep pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you say. Think you might be right though. You made me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You made me a psycho, a psycho. They all want my honey. They all want my honey.
My name has gotten so big, it's getting dangerous, dangerous. And the taste is oh so sweet, but it's poisonous. I glitter gold, I look real nice, but you should know, you should know. If you get too close, you cannot hold me responsible. I can hear them talk up and down the block. They're saying tick, tick, tock, cause I'm about to blow up. They all want my honey, they want a piece of me. They all want my honey, cause baby I'm the queen bee. I can cut through you, I'm a dog.
And we're back at Staten Island. The players, not given a choice. We're playing this one out, assuming no game crashes happen. This is the third and final game of the day, of the series and of the day. Ball Hogs won the first game 5-0. Classic won the second game 3-0. And it's all on the line. Both of these teams need a win if they want a chance at a playoff spot. Now Sweezy got Sleethy up in the corner. Doesn't go for the pass though. He waits for King. A much more aggressive pass and gets to pass more defenders, and I like it. This Classic is looking a lot more confident and a little bit too confident maybe as they miss another self-pass, which I think is just the theme of the day at this point.
Yeah, like I said, these self-passes, and it's starting to be a bit questionable. Maybe these players haven't practiced as much as we thought with the self-passing and more so team stuff. But we're finally getting into this game 3 here. We've already seen a lap 1 completed by Classic. Both teams have 1-1 here, so this is the final game. Like Ninja said, this decides a lot within our bracket. This could potentially be a league change in the top 4. It could be just simple 1 point difference in the top 4 going to next week. This game right here has a lot riding on for it. As we mentioned before the break earlier, not even just between these 2 teams, but the other 2 or 3 teams that are also within range of that 4 seed. This game decides a lot of that. And a nice tackle coming in from, I'm not exactly who the shirt that was, I think it was Phantom, gets that off, but ultimately there keeps it in the Classic hands. And Classic's gonna kind of get a little more space here. Sweezy with a nice pass up to King. They got the 3 gate open. King kind of looking at it a bit, but he's gonna go around for the 5. And we got a 5 attempt on our hands. Maybe might kind of psych us out like they did last game. Who knows? But he does go for it. And then Magnet Pass goes loose, and it's still in Sweezy's hands. The gate is open for 5. All players on net. Sweezy's just taking his time, waiting. Nobody's there to take anything. I don't know what's going to happen. Is he going to go for it? He gets tackled. Phantom comes in with the tackle. He says, you're taking too long. I'm going to take that out of your hands. And Bullhogs now have their attempt in their own selves.
Yeah, Phantom Lord, absolutely well played. You can see all 3 players perfectly cycling through the net, and right when they least expected it, he came out of the net, went straight at him, and called his bluff. And now a 5-point missed opportunity for Classic, as he could have done something. He could have had his teammates, I think they were going for tackles, but they weren't really doing a whole lot. They needed to be moving around above the net, force the players off the net, make them keep turning their cameras, try to figure it out. But when the ball's not moving, it makes it real easy to defend. Now, Bullhogs with an attempt, but Phantom gonna recover that ball. They're gonna take the one. They do! It's wide open, of course. Phantom Lord's gonna put something on the board for Bullhogs.
4 minutes left, and we have our first score of the game. Another potential 1-3-1, or even a 1-1-3, or a 1-1-1-1-1. Who knows what Bullhogs has in store for us today? When this game 3 here. Classic showing off that they can get these extra laps in though, so they do have a way to get, they know they can get this second lap in as a team right now so far. But with them having that 1 point right now, they can kind of take a bit more pressure off of themselves. And as you said before, in this situation, you have a lot of mind games, right, on that net. Where are they going to go for the 1 again and make it 2-0? Or are they going to go around for a 3, go for the 1-3-1 like we saw in game 1? This game is a lot of, like I said, a lot of prediction and a lot of just advantages, right? You have a lot of different things you can do with ball and with how you score and everything. But first you gotta get out of this pit, this little mosh pit area, if you will. And with a nice slingshot there, Classic gets out of it. Sweezy's gonna skate around nice and freely, it looks like. No defenders in play. Sleep, they got the gate 1 open, but I don't think they're gonna go for this one. They definitely are they want more than 1 point.
Oh yeah. Here they go, Sweezy and King. Lawns get lots of speed for that ball carrier. That's a great way to do that when your self-passes aren't working. Use your teammates. Now King. Are they gonna threaten the 5-point? It looks like they're baiting the 3. They're gonna try to pull the same maneuver, and it works this time, but only for 3. And now a 3-1 lead. Remember how I said a score that wouldn't happen would be 1-3? Well, here we are, a 3-1 lead, and it's not the team I thought was gonna win. So now we're in an interesting spot where Bullhogs now are gonna go for a 3 potentially. and
We're
gonna
we're
try to bring this close.
we're in that point right now, Stealth, where your prediction is true as of right now, just to the wrong team. But my prediction is still possible to happen here with a 3-point from Ball Hogs. So there's still potential of either situation here happening. But as we see, this game's already gone back and forth. This isn't a 0-point game on either side here now. So first game we've kind of seen where both teams have at least scored a point, and now it's just a matter of who gets the extra points, who gets the more points. Sweezy goes a nice little dive pass up to King though. They're gonna go for more. They're gonna go for the win here. They're gonna go past for this gate 3, open that gate 4, but he's got Phantom on him. He gets past Phantom. Sleazy now with it. You got one defender on the net, one defender on your player. The gate is open for 3. Sweezy's just gonna take his time here. You see a little charge up and he gets close to it and he scores. And Classic takes it in a 6-1 fashion. Definitely not what we were expecting. But
I mean, wow. I mean, with all the technical issues, I think Ball Hogs were just, they just lost the mentality after game 1. They had such a good start, and then they just weren't able to continue that momentum, continue that mentality, and Classic absolutely took advantage of it. Shout outs to them, just making this leaderboard for league play absolutely so much more interesting. We now have 4 teams fighting for that 4th spot that are all within 1 point of each other going into the last week. It could absolutely depend on the goal differential, which now Classic, because they won by 5, are now tied in league points with Ball Hogs and are 1 point ahead in goal differential, I believe. We'll see the updated league in its chart in a second when it's updated, but I'm pretty sure it is as close as you can without being going to a second tiebreaker, which is just, it's so cool to see. I mean, we've been casting this for a few weeks, and we're talking about how much teams are going for those extra points. How will those points ever matter? Well, here we are. And the points definitely do matter, and it matters going into the literal last week where every point, every win is going to matter.
Oh yeah, 1-point difference, and as you see, we got the post stats here.
Wow.
It's ball possession rate. I mean, you can't think of anything else, right? After that game 1, these teams is just back and forth the entire time. Nobody really overly done anything. But as I said in the last series that we watched, it comes down to who can get more attempts on the goal, right? Classic was able to get more shots on, as you see on the goal. Yeah, more saves come through Bull Hogs, but ultimately their goals go through, scoring them that 3-point both times that they went for it. And some really huge saves from Bull Hogs of Phantom with that 5-point save, going for the tackle and stuff. But ultimately, Classic able to get more shots onto the goal, more attempts to score a point.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, 50-50 possession rate is, wow. You don't see that very often. It's because we're best of 3. It's you're gonna have one team win one more game than the other team, but seeing that close of possession, it really was that close of a game. Ball Hogs just, I don't know. They played well at the start, and then it felt like Classic just found something and it worked, and Ball Hogs were just unable to respond. They started with that 1-pointer, and you think, okay, they got the confidence back after game 2, but then it kind of fell apart again, and now we're just wondering where that's going to leave us, because they played very well today. Ball Hogs won their first 2 games, and one of them against Mama Boys, who I think is a very underrated team, and they didn't haven't unfortunately popped off as well as I thought they would this season. But at the same time, Ball Hogs won their first 2 games today, and Classic did not. So it's very interesting dynamic, very similar to last series with Teaser Crew and TKM, where TKM had a bad day, Teaser Crew had a good day, but TKM ended up winning games 2 and 3 to win the series. We had all 3 games go to game 3, and look at how close those numbers are. It was close. It's 3 points difference. My goodness. They're tied. They're tied in points, and it's 3 points difference in goal differential. That's amazing.
Yeah, and you can see the bracket like we talked about. This is for that number 4 spot between 4 teams is a 1-point difference, and like you said, Classic winning that 6-1 there does give them a little bit of a more of a goal difference there, being by negative or by 3 above Ball Hogs now. So Classic has a little bit of wiggle room away from Ball Hogs. But honestly, Teaser Crew and TKM, they have a lot more pressure on them, even though they are higher up than Classic and Ball Hogs, simply because of that goal difference. I think going into next week, they have to win. That's the only way
Yeah.
that these teams can keep their spots. They have to win all of their games and or something, and hope that Classic and Ball Hog lose at least one or two of their games, right? To keep this spot. Because that goal difference is huge. It's coming down to the wire, and that's gonna be the ultimate deciding factor. I feel like we're gonna have some ties within points by the end of this whole Premier League and going into playoffs. But
Absolutely.
the point difference is just, it's crazy to look at how different it is from those who already made in the playoffs, and then those who are fighting for the fourth spot, and then those in the bottom of the leaderboard. you know Wins ultimately get you up here, right? But like,
Yeah.
when it's down to the wire like this, scoring goals is what keeps you here.
Yeah, I would like to point out, Mama Boys have only played 13 matches, so they
Hmm.
have an extra match or two to play, and maybe that's why they're behind in points. So we can't count them out either. We realistically do have 5 teams all fighting for that last spot. There is not a single one of those teams. Maybe Blitzers, maybe there's a way. I don't think so, but we have 5 teams fighting for one spot. All realistically have a chance. 4 that are just so close together. Every win is going to matter, and that's going to come down to it next week. I won't be here next week, but I'm excited to see what happens. I will be watching if I can, and that is it for us today. I've had such a great time. We got to see 3 game threes, which is just unheard of. Typically, you see at least 1-2-0. It's
Hmm.
only a best of 3. It's there's only a couple outcomes that can happen. So it's awesome to see it. It was awesome. It was a pleasure casting with you, Mindless, and
Always.
yeah, and I can't wait for the invitational when we in a few weeks. I'm excited.
Yeah, like you said, this is Premier League, right? It's always fun being here. It's my first time with all this casting and stuff like that. It's been a pleasure always casting next to Stealth here. A lot of fun. I always love this guy. Known him for a good bit. As you see, he's a little repping a little. I'm a little jealous to repping a little roller champion stuff. But maybe I can get something. Just spray paint my own or something. Who knows? We'll see what I can get so I can rep something. But I will say, with this league, very excited to see how it goes next week and how this bracket ends up changing. So,
Well, thank you guys, everyone in Twitch chat who's dropping emotes with us, doing predictions, chatting with us. You've been a pleasure. Shout out to the production who as always, do a great job. And thank you all the players who got their lobbies done quickly. Anyway, it's been a great week, and we'll hopefully see you next week for the very last week, and it's gonna be exciting. Have a good day, everyone.
They're saying tick, tick, tock, 'cause I'm about to blow up. They all want my heart, they want a piece of me. They all want my heart, 'cause baby, I'm the queen bee. Baby, I'm the queen bee. And I can take you where the wind blows. I can walk you through the white snow. And I can make it rain fire. I can make it burn higher. I can hear them talk up and down the block, up and down the block. They're saying tick, tick, tock, tick, tock, 'cause I'm about to blow up, 'cause I'm about to blow up. They all want my heart, they want a piece of me, they want a piece of me. They all want my heart, 'cause baby, I'm the queen bee. They all want my heart, they want a piece of me. They all want my heart, 'cause baby, I'm the queen bee. Baby, I'm the queen bee. That's what they want. They all want my got fire flowing through your veins. Dreaming of flying through the acid rain. Rolling up in style, bringing our A game. Taking it higher, never be the same. Can you hear them roar? The energy shakes the floor. We're not on our own, champions. You'll never catch us, only together we're champions. Power we never imagined. We know we are, we know we are champions. Champions. Fill the arena, we're putting on a show. You better believe it, we're gonna take it home. Got your heart racing, keep you on your toes. We are the champions, we feel it in our bones. Can you hear them roar? The energy shakes the floor. We're not on our own, champions. You'll never catch us, only together we're champions. Power we never imagined. We know we are, we know we are champions. 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 You'll never catch us, only together we're champions. Power we never imagined. We know we are, we know we are champions. 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 Think you got fire flowing through your veins. Dreaming of flying through the acid rain. Rolling up in style, bringing our A game. Taking it higher, never be the same. Can you hear them roar? The energy shakes the floor. We're not on Champions. 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 You'll never catch us. Only together we're champions. Power we never imagined. We know we are. We know we are champions. Champions. Champions.
Bright lights, I can't really see right. Cold eyes to hide what it feels like. They take from me what I need from you. Fast steps to find my way back to your love. We're due for a comeback. I get from them what I give to you. Please take me back to a dream where miles away are places never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was. Wake up, I don't really feel right. Can't seem to hide what it feels like. This time it's hard to hold on to your love with all of these flashbacks. Please take me back to a dream where miles away are places never seen. Show me the wonders above, 'cause I don't need your favor, just your love. Please take me back to, please take me back to, please take me back to where my heart was on fire. Back to, just take me back to, just take me back to where my heart was.
You chain me up, still speculating, never enough. But you know, see, I'm unrestrainable, I'm uncontainable. Any moment, I'll have you begging, don't turn your back. Oh, can't you see that I'm untamable? I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat.
pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you're saying. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You won't stop me, don't bother trying, never enough. Cause you know, see, I'm unrestrainable, I'm uncontainable. I always search for light in darkness. You'll never think I'm weak, cause I'm untamable, I'm unmistakable. I'm hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat. Pushing me, keep pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you're saying. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You make me a psycho, a psycho. Hearing it all, I hear it in my head. Whispering, they're whispering again. Hearing it all, they see me as a threat. Pushing me, keep pushing to the edge. You keep calling me a psycho. Got it in my head, careful what you're saying. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho. You keep calling me a psycho. Thought that I was scared, but I can't pretend. Think you might be right though. You make me a psycho, a psycho.
Love is enough for me. Paper planes will make you see simplicity. We gonna rock this bar. You look like a superstar. I wanna show you things I love about you. Holding hands and feeling so cool. All the things I love about you. Cherry lips and kiss anytime. You're so nice to make me feel right. Giving looks and dancing all night. Can we are the superstars, superstars? Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? We are the superstars, superstars. Are we the ones who have the power? I just don't wanna know where you are or where you go. Don't wanna know if love can make you mine. Deepest thoughts can come alive. I wanna show you things I love about you. Holding hands and feeling so cool. All the things I love about you. Cherry lips and kiss anytime. You're so nice to make me feel right. Giving looks and dancing all night.